Good morning, Chair. Good mornings to everyone present. My name is Pat Maran, member of this committee. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to everyone. My name is Mbulelo Isaac Sileku, and I am the member of the committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. From my right-hand side, you can start, member, to introduce yourself and welcome.
Good morning. My name is Zoleka Ndutane. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. My name is Paul Masemola. I'm a Chief Director, Legal Services, Human Settlements.
Good morning, Chairperson and Honourable Members. I'm Natasha Fashia from the NHBRC's Legal Department.
Good morning, Chairperson and Honourable Members. My name is Nkadi Sharasibuta from the Legal Department from the NHBRC. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Honourable Members. My name is Dalitso Mkandawire. I'm from NHBRC. I'm the Provincial Engineer. Thank you.
Greetings, Honourable Chairperson. My name is Chanel Seria. I am a State Law Advisor at the Department of the Premier in the Western Cape Government. Thank you so much.
Good morning, members and colleagues from Human Settlements in NHBRC. I'm Pamela Masiko Kambala. I'm with the Department of Infrastructure and I'm the Director for Infrastructure Policies and Research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the record, Mayor Judge Moore, you can someone introduce yourself while you are settling down.
Good morning. My name is Judge Moch Komba from the National Department of Human Settlements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I am with Shumis Jones. I think each and every one of you know communications from Shumis, who is our procedural officer. And we do have Lizette Klute, who is our senior procedural officer also. And then we do have Masenke Mrubata also, who is an assistant, committee assistant who's with us today. Members, I did receive apologies from member De Villiers and the HOD for the Department of Infrastructure, Mayor Gush, and also Minister Simas. Those are the only apologies that I did receive. I am not going to waste any time. I don't know who's going to lead us with the presentation in the online. I'm so used to seeing people that I'm talking to all the time. The online attendees, can they just introduce themselves? Advocate Masdorp, over to you, sir.
Good morning, Chairperson and members and colleagues from the various departments. My name is Romeo. My surname is Masdorp. I'm the legal advisor for the Provincial Parliament. Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you very much, Advocate Masdorp. I'm going to hand over to the department to brief us about the responses that the submissions were made on the bill. I don't know who's going to lead us.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm sure we're not really clear. We were not told that we must make a presentation, but is it that we must move with the metrics that we have submitted?
In whichever form, we are all yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I think on the metrics that we received, question number 1 was from Mr. T. Simas, Minister of Infrastructure. The questions are in Annexure A. May we request your indulgence maybe to move on with 2 and then later we can then move to Annexure A. Thank you. Question 2, number 2 was Ms. Howard Fisher is a member of the public. Her comment is that NHBRC is time for a change. The current call for public participation in the Housing Consumer Protection Bill refers. The bill, though perhaps necessary, has some objectives that are inherently problematic. The bill intends to use a failed institution to remedy the problem. It is like asking a drowning man to save himself.
Sorry, sir. Members, do you want our procedural officer to fly to the comments, or you are okay? Do you want to come? Okay. Okay, we will do that. Sorry to interject, just for the members so that they can follow. Okay, there we go. We can continue. Sorry about.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. The history of the NHBRC is a matter of public record. They felt that the housing consumer, the quality of homes being built is still poor, despite them being in existence for more than 15 years. Housing is poor because the local municipality is not doing the required inspections. The remedy to protect the consumer ought to be an oversight committee ensuring that plan examiners and building inspectors are doing their work. Building inspectors sign off trenches, then concrete foundations, then wall plate height. Then the roof is examined by an A19 inspection. Every aspect of building must be signed off by the building inspector. Thus, if there is a problem, this is where it can and must be fixed. The NHBRC adds another layer of red tape of an over-regulated industry. They add an additional cost to every home built in South Africa. They delay the start of construction. They prevent owner-builder from building their family homes, and their 2 or 3 inspections often come with ridiculous non-compliance delays. And these are mostly on upmarket homes where the home owner has a JBCC contract, hold a performance guarantee, and can take the builder to court without any financial restraint. The NHBRC was established to look after affordable housing, at the time construction below 250,000. Now they levy their fees on every house, including the land cost. The consumer protector has to step in and protect South African citizens from failed and useless institution that has overreached its effort to simply grab more and more money. Now it is proposed to form another arm of business with the money they have taken from home owners and developers. Why not make them refund 75% of the funds to the builder after 5 years if there were no warranty issues? Just, I didn't know. Okay, sorry about that. The call for the continuance of NHBRC as a regulator in the home building space ignores the history of poor performance by this institution. The idea that the NHBRC can act as a registration body for all home builders is ridiculous. The NHBRC is an ill-suited solution to the poor quality of construction. Oh, this maybe I must use this. Keeps on running. So, We need to invest our efforts in employing more building inspectors and equipping them with the capacity to ensure that every stage of building is signed off correctly in order to produce an occupancy certificate that is unquestionable. The NHBRC roadshow skews the conversation against builders and discounts the fact that the local municipal plan examiners and building inspectors ought to be where the focus lies. Poor quality buildings should never receive an occupancy certificate, and banks do not pay without it. A wise person once said that the new wine requires new wineskin. The NHBRC, as it currently stands, it's a poor duplicate of the municipal building inspectors, and it is a burden on the consumer. The NHBRC ought to be shut down. Please forward my email to the relevant department taking comment on this proposed bill. Note that I have also written to the President of South Africa on this matter. Faithfully, Howard Fisher. In response from the department, there is a distinction between inspection by the municipality and that of the NHBRC. The NHBRC inspects in terms of Housing Consumer Protection Measures Act and the National Building Regulation and Standard Act. The bill is introducing or demanding professionalization of inspectors. Competent person issue certificates for the various work done, the foundation, including the roof. Duties and responsibility of inspectors are in sections 69, 70, and 71 of the bill, which talks to the issues of the responsibilities of the inspectors. Owner builder, the bill seeks to protect all housing consumers irrespective of their financial status, including secondary buyers of a home that was built by owner builder. The intention is to avoid fly-by-night builders who call themselves owner builder and to provide the warranty cover and protect the owner builder as a housing consumer. Owner builder is a person that builds for himself. When you build for rental or commercial interest, you are required to be registered home builder and must enroll a home. NHBRC will emphasize the issue of capacitating the inspectors. How are we going to pay for the warranty cover if we are going to exempt owner builder? The maximum enrollment is 35,000 and the maximum warranty cover is 500,000. Already what people are putting in is less than what the council pays for. Section 39 of the bill details the process that must be followed. The warranty cover works the same way as the normal insurance. If the warranty fund refunds, the money will be depleted. Therefore, the approach suggested is not sustainable. The third or rather maybe it's Ms. Howard Fisher continuing, I think. She says, who will stop them? Thank you for pointing me towards the National Department of Human Settlement. I have sent them my objections. In as much as the Provincial Department of Human Settlement does not have jurisdiction over the NHBRC, it certainly has the right to weigh in on the conversation and has the obligation to hold the NHBRC to account. As a small property developer in the Western Cape, we are appealing to you to examine the need for this organization, examine their process. Why does the housing consumer have to pay this tax? Case study, my company is building 75 houses in Pans Estate. The total selling price, inclusive of VAT, is about 136 million. The NHPRC levies 1.3 of the inclusive amount, not the 118 million net of the VAT. The enrollment fee is 768 million. Why? We may make an 18% return, and they make an amount of equal to 8% of our profit. They carry no risk. They are stealing money. If they had to return 8% of those funds after 5 years, when the warranty expires, that would help. In the end, the housing consumer will pay the extra cost. Oddly, the NHBRC charges more for their 1 or 2 site visits than the municipality charges for scrutiny fees. In 2018, we completed 136 units in Hatfield. The NHBRC charged their 1.58 million fee, and there has been no need for them to intervene for any poor workmanship matter as we monitor our quality ourselves. What has happened to those funds? Why can they not pay it back? Since the inception of the NHBRC, we have never had a case where they have needed to intervene. We have built more than 5,000 houses in the 26 years of business. They have stolen millions from us over the years and have given nothing back. Conclusion, unless the Department of Human Settlement steps into this conversation to assess the need for this institution, they will keep bleeding the housing consumer dry. Commission a survey of developers and builders about the NHBRC. Submit those results as part of the feedback on the bill. Western Cape Department of Human Settlement cannot simply wash their hands. Faithfully, Howard Fisher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masamula. I think what we are going to do, members, is after every individual or organizational submission and the response from the National Department, you can indicate if you want clarity from the response or if you have any other question. Number 2, I think if maybe, Mr. Masamula, you can just give the summary of the interpretation of the submission without reading word to word and go to your response to that so that the members can, and also not to go through reading everything. I think you captured what the submission is all about, and also your response to that, it will be to what you interpreted from the submission. Then we don't have to go wait, and it will give us enough time to get the clarity of the responses so that when we develop our report on the negotiating mandate, it becomes easier for the members with the responses that you give from the submissions. Members, will that work for you also? Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the members to check if they have any clarity that from that response from the first or the question. Member Maran?
See all the other things. That's on something.
Okay.
there. There's a response from the department. But when it comes to that specific part or comment, we will stop them. And the person who forwarded, who sent us this comment, used strong words. Even the department that the NHBRC is stealing from them, but there's no comment from the department. The last section, there's nothing. It's empty. I mean, this person is accusing the NHBRC doing some things. Still, this, and he mentioned two projects. The one of 136 million, and there was another one of 180 million. And he explained the amounts that they were charged by the NHBRC, and he called it steal. The department is stealing. The NHBRC are stealing from them, milking them dry. There's no response from the department. I just wanted to check why.
Okay, thank you very much. I think from my side, on the issue of the inspectors, where the submission is made about the inspectors of the municipalities and the response from the department, you indicate that the bill is introducing or demanding professionalizing of inspectors. I tend to believe that the inspectors are already professional inspectors that were there. And now the inspection that has to happen, that has been done by the municipalities, we can't shortchange it that they are not professionalized. So I think this person wants to find out that due diligence between the NHBRC and the municipalities inspectors, how is it going to be looked at that there is sort of samenwerking between the two, that the reporting will be the same? And I think I also am interested to find out, looking at the project of Volvedance, because there was an engineer that did the inspection there for the municipality. There was the NHBRC, but also the project was not the best project that we can ever find in the whole country. So how are you going to make sure that the companies, the construction companies also, they are covered when coming to the inspections that happen there? I think that will be all from me. How does this bill cover that? Give the satisfaction to that? I don't know online if there's Advocate Masdorp.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have nothing to comment at this stage of the proceedings, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I will ask my colleagues to come in. Natasha.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the issue of theft, it's difficult to respond to something when there's no evidence to support, what was presented. What I would like to say is when fees are calculated, it's calculated in terms of legislation. So the NHBRC has rules that stipulates how enrollment fees are calculated. So I wouldn't want too much to elaborate on issues of allegations, when there's no documents presented to confirm such, but to say that enrollment fees are calculated in terms of the rules, whereby, the value of the property would then determine the value of the enrollment fees. In respect of the issue of inspectors, the municipality has its own inspectors and the NHBRC has its own inspectors. The municipality do inspectors in terms of their particular legislation and what they inspect. And then the NHBRC inspects in terms of what we have, our Housing Consumers Protection Measures Act, we have our home building manual and our technical standards. And then inspections are done at certain stages. I don't want to comment too much on what the municipality does because it's not within my area of jurisdiction or specialty. Or comment on their legislative processes. But in terms of what we do, we inspect once a property is enrolled, we do inspections on various stages of the construction. If there are issues, because I noted the comment about the non-compliances. So if there is deviation from technical standards, we do issue notices of non-compliance that would then inform the builder that this is what you have to, or this is what we have picked up, and this is what you need to then remedy within a certain period. We would then go back to go and look that the builder has completed, or rectified what we then have picked up, Chairperson, in respect of that. When we look at all, I must first comment and say all inspectors are qualified. What we meant in terms of the professionalization of those inspectors is to say that there would then be an additional training and that they would undergo in order for them to be accredited with with the South African National. Yes, can I just have the full description, Delitso, of who that is that we
I think
are
it's South
with?
African. It's an organization for the professionals in the construction management and inspection. So there will be members. There will be registered members of that professional body.
Yes, Chairperson. So with that, is that they would then be registered with them, but not to say that they are not qualified to do their work. And what I meant with that is that there are different qualifications that they have. In terms, some would be quantity surveyors, some would be architects, etc., etc. But then they would also then be registered with this body, Chairperson. I'm not sure if I left anything out that I haven't addressed.
I think you did answer, but my question maybe was not quite clear. I'm not questioning the professionalism of the engineers, whether in the municipality or NHBRC. It's more of that is why I was saying the due diligence and the working together for assurance to the end user of whatever, whether it's a home builder or it's a construction company, or because truth be told, there is an ecosystem of that assurance that has to happen. Whether it's I'm building a house for myself in the municipality engineer will come to check that I'm not tampering with their plumbing or their electricals. And then you will come to make sure that the construction company or the people that are hired for labor are doing the right job for them, because you do have a certain amount that has to cover the warranty. So there is the ecosystem to that structure as the end user have to see is standing. Now, I was just asking that for their professionalism, to what an extent that the ecosystem of sharing info between all these people that are involved to see the structure standing up, is it there in a way or is not there, that if you issue a letter, I can get a different from the engineer of the municipality and I'll get the NHBRC that will give me a different opinion. Let's say it's a foundation, there is still there, the amp that has to go in the concrete, I get it thumbs up from the engineer in the municipality, and you come, you say, nah, it's not the strength that you are supposed to be here because of the soil that is around his clay. It's supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So I was trying to find out in that space here.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just give me one minute, please. Chairperson, I've got our engineer here, so he's just going to give some further details as to how that works, because that's his area of speciality.
Thank you, Chair. I think what happens is when enrollment happens, they provide, the home builder is obliged to provide foundation information, foundation details for that house. Now, our inspector, when he goes to site,
he or she is going to check what has been built on site against the information that was submitted. Yeah, so that becomes like the Bible for inspections. So if there's a deviation from that drawing, that detail, then our inspector is going to issue a non-compliance. And then we will request for a remedial solution to that non-compliance until it complies. That's when they can proceed.
I'll leave it there that we will engage in future about that, member.
Thanks, Jim. And thanks very much for the response in terms of the question that I've asked of no comment from the department side. And your response was that in the absence of evidence, it's illegal to respond to those allegations that's made. But you go further to say that there's rules and there's legislations of which you have to act accordingly. Don't you think that's a comment? Because there's a question also. In that allegation, there's one question in that whole section, which asks, why does the housing consumer have to pay this tax? And your response to us, in terms of the rules, in terms of the legislation, you are obliged. Don't you think that's a comment?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, it's a comment. However, on the issue of theft, I don't know what theft has occurred. So I wouldn't want to comment on that, but to say that when these things are, when enrollment fees are calculated, it's done in terms of legislation and in terms of rules. The extent of the theft, I cannot comment on if there is any.
I think maybe for the sake of being progressive members, if we can put that as a resolution that we have to engage with the NHBRC with the concerns of the fees that are being paid for, also the members to have an understanding of why there is a concern about the amounts that they have to pay. And this will be like a case study of getting all the facts about this case scenario for us to have an understanding. I don't know, member, if...
Just feel, Chair, because there's one specific question, that there was a need not to respond to the allegations, but to respond to the question that's being asked. And I think the answer that you gave us might have been a response to that particular question, that there's legislation that permitted us to act in terms of the rules and the legislation, that there should be a tax and how it should be and how it's been calculated. I just feel, Chair, there was a need to respond to that particular question as a comment from the department side, not to the allegations, but to a question that's been asked by the person. Thanks.
Okay, no, I do understand. You mean they should have written the legislation as it appears for the calculation of those fees on the responses. Member Seleko, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, I'm just sitting here and I'm just trying to make sense of what Mr. Howard Fisher is trying to say.
Mm.
And then I have this in mind, is that it's the same as for insurance, Chair. You pay insurance for many years. Then if someone does not, someone does not pass away within a period of 10 years. So it doesn't mean that you are going to get paid for the 5 years that you have paid for. And I think maybe he's trying to create a debate that says if there are contractors or service providers that are diligent in terms of their job, that if they build 50 units and all the houses, there is no discrepancies, everything is well within a period of 5 years. So what he's trying to say is that we did not claim anything in terms of, problems in our units. Why can't we get, rewarded for the kind of work that we do because we have paid enrollment fees? And I think that's what he's trying to say. So to ensure that builders do diligent work in terms of their job, maybe we should have a discussion and saying that if you enroll 50 units and there is timeframes in terms of your warranty. And within that period of warranty, you don't claim as a developer for your units. Why can't I, who has done a beautiful work, not be rewarded at least, let's say 20% of my fees? I think that's what it's trying to say, but that is a discussion that, but unfortunately, and also in terms of the accountability, in terms of the NHBRC, someone else is responsible for them in terms of making sure that they do what is expected of them. So if they are, if feels that, in terms of holding the NHBRC to account by the department, it's not stiff enough. Maybe something must be done in that regard. But Chair, I think this is a debate for another time where we should look at how we reward, developers that are doing beautiful work in terms of their stock.
No, I agree with you. It's quite a very interesting debate about it, because if I build 75 houses and I'm NHBRC, the amount that I took from you, it's about 1.8 million. But after we find that the fourth year, the houses has to be fixed with about 10 million. I took the risk as an HBRC. I'll have to, one way or another, pay for those houses, even though I took 1.5 from you. So it's like the cross-subsidization of the medical aid. The young ones subsidize the older ones, but we pay the same amount. So it works sort of fine. That's my understanding, but we'll have to engage about that. Do you want to continue or to respond to the same one? I think the members are covered with that one. Over to you, sir.
No, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. No, we take the guide on the response that we didn't include here, and we welcome it. I think that's how we should put it, and we agree to that. And the debate on what the Honorable has indicated, it's a very interesting one. We also had a discussion about it also. I think it's something that moving forward, it's something that I think in one of the questions it also came, but there is a part in section 39, subsection 4, which says that the council may differentiate between the different categories of fees in relation to the different categories of homes and different categories of home builders and developers based on grading status. So sometimes, well, there are quite a number of things, and I'm sure you'll see it in our responses. There are some other things that we may be able to address some of these things in the regulations to try and address things that there are some unique situations that might happen which might need this section to come in or the exception to come in. So there are those kind of things that we may, because Minister in consultation with the council, they are able then to make that and gazette it so that the members of public can make comments for about 30 days so that they can change some of the things that, as long as it's in the spirit of the act or the bill. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We can continue with Ms. Yes. The municipal manager.
Thanks, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I request that I pass this button to my colleague so that I'm able to really respond properly. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just a short version of this and the response, and then we move.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll try to be brief, try to summarize the inputs from the public. Chairperson, with regard to the third comment from the municipal manager, the issues that have been raised, it's with regard to enrollment as to who must enroll a home. Whether is it the housing consumer, is it the home builder or the developer? So the issues of concern is it's not clear in terms of the bill as to who is responsible to enroll a home. And there are also issues with regard to matters relating to a decision that is made on non-compliances, whether it's administrative or substantive non-compliance in terms of the bill. The Act does provide that an objection can be raised, and it provides for the process thereof. However, in terms of the comment, it looks like the bill has excluded the courts, or rather a right of a person to approach a court at any time where a dispute arises. But it's okay. Let me not respond, just go through the response and the comments, Chair. And the third comment, Chair, is in relation to the alternative dispute resolution that has been provided in terms of section 68 and 69 of the bill. The issue there is that it's in conflict with section 34 of the Constitution, where a person has got a right to take a matter to court. So the comment is similar to that one of non-compliances and administrative and substantive non-compliances objections. So our response here, Chair, it's that, especially on this one, it's that there is no conflict in terms of section 34 of the Constitution. The Act intends to provide alternatives to the housing consumer to resolve disputes. And this is part of giving protection to the housing consumer, especially where they have to spend money to resolve their disputes. In terms of the bill, they do not have to. There are certain platforms that are provided to housing consumers to approach in terms of the bill before going to the court. But if housing consumers or home builders wish to go straight to court, the bill would not prevent them to do so because it's their constitutional right. In terms of the concern regarding enrollment, Chairperson, we have noted the issue, and we have taken a position that a guideline would be provided to provide more clarity as to who is responsible in terms of the legislation to enroll a home. Not sure if my colleagues would like to add. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The question is, if you're going to provide the guideline, why it's not clarified in the bill itself so that there's no question about it? It's clear to them. Is there a section that gives that clarity?
Yes, Chairperson, it is clear. It's just to be more, to provide more simplicity to those who are not able to understand who should enroll. But it's clear, Chairperson, in terms of the bill.
Thank you very much. I just wanted you to say that because the issue, and I think already from NHBRC, they know I always say that, why don't we make things to be easy for the people to understand what are you saying, so that you don't have a bill and you still have to give the guideline, because now it becomes one way or another a waste of printing of the printing to that. So it's
Chairperson, if you would allow me, Section 30 of the bill provides for the enrollment of a home as to who must enroll, and then Section 31 provides for the failure to enroll, what the consequences is, if you don't enroll. So it's provided for in the bill, Chairperson. And then, sorry, Chairperson, in terms of I just want to add what my colleague has indicated in terms of those alternative dispute resolutions. Yeah, we're not taking away anybody's rights. We are just providing a means for housing consumers and home builders to resolve disputes speedily and in a more cost-effective way. We understand that it takes money to go to litigate and to go to court, and it also the turnaround times. So what we want to achieve is to ensure that disputes are resolved within a shorter time frame, to ensure that both housing consumers and home builders are protected. And we know not everybody has the money to litigate, so this bill wants to provide for that, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can we move forward, members? Member Mara?
I'm fine, Chair. I'm fine with the responses by the department.
Thank you. We are going to number 4, Ms. Tanya Bippert, member of the public, Dear Watersloop. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. With regard to comment number 4, Chairperson, it's a concern from a member of the public who is concerned about the extreme high unemployment rate in the country, and that the NHBRC seems to not be reaching the rural area people. And with the coming of the bill, they're more concerned as to whether there would have opportunities and whether the NHBRC would be applicable to them or not. Chairperson, in terms of our response, the NHBRC does provide an online registration services. And then there are offices in George and in the city of Cape Town. NHBRC does provide training from whether it's rural areas or in urban areas. And we also have contact with local municipalities. So the NHBRC does reach the rural area people as well.
Thank you very much. It's straight and forward. And then I don't want to hear from the constituency head of TFS. Over to you, member.
No, it is my constituency, definitely, Chair. And I have to. No, I think that the fact that a question has been raised by a member of the public, because I believe that training has been given to up-and-coming contractors for many years. So which means that it's not been felt in the rural areas, Chair. I think that's what we are saying. And also, what Tanya is trying to raise here also latches to the previous question, where the answer says no enrollment, no compensation. And one need to understand also what's happening on the ground. In mostly rural areas, we take pet and pet will build. And there is not protection for that person because of lack of knowledge. And what Tanya is saying is that as much as you are giving training as the NHBRC, you have not reached the rural areas. If you go to Caledon, it's mostly rural. There's seasonal workers there. And that municipality is a poor municipality. As much as there is a council there, but there are issues that they are confronted with. So what Tanya is saying in a nutshell is that try to look at other avenues to make sure that those that are currently doing it, that they are registered and that maybe using mobile units like what we do in terms of UIF and SARS at one stage, maybe once a month, so that all these people can come and then they'll be trained and then they are legitimate. I think that's what she's trying in a nutshell. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think when we received this oral submission into Waterskloof, the regional manager was there, and there was a commitment from NHBRC that because they've got the satellite in Waterskloof, and there are registrations that happen there, they will improve the communication to the community, and we'll do an oversight on that to check that happens. We even talked about they are people that have the skills. They are good in building, they're good in everything, but they don't have the certificates. And when you put them in the classroom to write exam, they will fail. So also NHBRC have to look at the oral tests because they will tell you exactly what needs to be done. When you ask a question, they can do that, the oral exam. But when you make them to sit down to do the test, they will fail for them to get those certificates for them to enroll. So NHBRC, if you have to add value in our communities, also to see if you can introduce the oral exams for those who have the skill but have one way or another being shortchanged in going to school to can write, but they know the eighth setting, they know all that language is their language, they know it, but just if they have to read, it will be a problem. So you have to help us to add value in those communities. Member Mara?
So mine is short. all of us are from rural areas. And there's a concern by rural people. I just wanted to check, Chair, it speaks to training. And there's a specific question on whether the comment by the department, whether it covers that question. The question is, how long do entrepreneurs in the rural areas have to wait for assistance in the matter of training and registration? And from where I'm sitting, I don't see it covered in the comment. Whether the department feel that it is covered in the comment, or do you think there needs to be an answer to that particular question? It's rural people that's speaking there now. Thanks.
What to you?
Chairperson and honourable member, thank you. We have noted the comment and we will ensure that we extend our reach to those particular people. I'll certainly follow up with a local province, and then also ensure, that the necessary training, depending on how many people are interested in the training, what type of training they are interested, to ensure that we do facilitate those, but we do facilitate them in conjunction with the municipalities. Thank you, honourable member, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Anselmo.
Just to emphasize that this bill is also emphasizing the fact that some of the money should be used for developmental programs. So I'm sure during that part, it's important that it will also assist in terms of training and for it to be known by most of the people. We know that quite a number of areas they've been raising that we don't know this NHBRC, but I think with more funding, they would then be able to attend to that aspect through this bill. So, and I'm sure even in their manual, they will then start developing a part that talks to what the Honorable Chairperson was talking about of oral questions and all that, I think as part of the developmental programs. Thanks, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Advocate Masdorp, I'm with you, sir.
I'm also with you, Chairperson. I have nothing to comment at this stage.
Thank you very much. I am going to continue. Okay. We on number 5. Ms. Lamise de Klerk. You can go on.
Thank you, Chairperson. In respect of the comment on number 5, Chairperson, the concern is in relation to affordable housing that is not really provided by the department. I think it's a concern to the department rather than the NHBRC. And there's an area called Kloetsville. It's excluded from capital projects by the municipality. And the concern is housing is not provided in the area. The department usually would say people must provide their names, or rather make sure that they are listed on the housing list. But unfortunately, this area does not get that opportunity. The members of the public in that area are not able to get a housing, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think this one was more of the complaint about the backlog and the market being dominated by private sector, and Western Cape having the backlog of a lot of houses. And it was an outcry for Western Cape to build more houses, provincial department. So it's not about the bill itself. So we are going to move forward. Number 8, no, number 7, 6. Am I that fast?
Elizabeth Daniels.
Elizabeth, okay, sorry, I took some few pages.
Okay.
Number 6 is in support of the bill, but it has an appeal.
Yes, Chairperson. The issue that has been raised there, Chair, it's the service plots that are granted to communities. They are not inhabitable. It's plots that are wet and unsafe to construct structures there. So the concern is when plots are granted or they're given to the communities, they should be safe to construct homes. That's the essence of the comment.
Very much. I think the provincial is here. They'll take a note of those issues that has to do with the. Then also we are here for the oversight. We'll note those that there is a concern. Number 7 is in support of the bill by Ms. Karen Adams.
Yes, Chairperson. In terms of number 7, Chair, this is an issue of, I think it's an issue of succession as to who's entitled to a home. And mostly it's your subsidy houses where the owner dies and who should be the owner after that. I mean, you would have children in the home, and they would not know who would be entitled to the house when the main registered person is no more there.
Thank you very much. I think also that one Provincial Department of Infrastructure will request the response to that one. If you can note it for me. And we are on number 8.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, remember?
I think that's a very important question, and I think it also speaks to the need to involve other stakeholders, like the Title Deeds Office. And I guess my question related to that is what involvement or what engagement has there been with other stakeholders on this end?
You mean number 7? Yeah, it's let's just say the department have to know that for me, and then I think that also the standing committee can engage on that one, but it's not about the bill in its current form. So
okay, sorry. I think it could relate to the bill in the event of the warranty. If someone passes during the warranty period and then there's a defect, how does that person who still resides in the house but doesn't have the title deed then claim the warranty? So that's where I think there's a bit of a gray line.
Chairperson, just to try to respond, the warranty is concerned with the structure, not necessarily the owner of the property. So as long as the property is enrolled, you can be able to warranty will proceed. Thanks.
Chairperson, just to add on to that, there is a definition of housing consumer, which includes a person who has acquired the home, is in the process of acquiring a home. So it's quite detailed as to, but like my colleague has correctly said, it relates to the home and not the person.
okay, thank you very much. Number 8, again in support of the bill.
Yes, Chairperson. However, he raises the issue of the definition of a wet person, that it should be specific to the contractor as a person. But the definition of a person, it's there, Chairperson, and it's quite broad, and I think it's in line with the Interpretation Act as to who a person refers to. So it's clear in the bill.
Okay, there's no hand from Advocate Masdor. Number 9, in support of the bill.
Yes, Chairperson, and the issue that is raised there is the land in the mountain is privately owned and the land for human settlement should be reviewed. The concern is that they are living in defective houses in Woolwardens and they want proper houses.
I think I responded to him on that one, that there's an allocation for this financial year to finish with the correction of that project. And I requested that Major Judgment also receive the information about it. And I know NHBRC have got the report about the Volvo dance it's been going on in standing committee of human settlement, now infrastructure, even fought with NHBRC about those projects. That, by the way, you didn't want to come to our committees when we want to engage with you, but we still are going to call you about it. Okay. So let's continue. I just want you to know that one because we're going to receive the communication and I see you are doing like this. That means the commitment that you'll come.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, when we receive the invite, I shall convey same to my principals.
We are in the chambers, so we take it as the message will be there. We'll see you. Okay, number 10, Mr. Ismail, also in support of the bill.
Yes, Chairperson. And then he raises about 4 questions. The first one is what kind of training will be provided by the NHBRC? And the issue of certificates would be provided because attendance certificates don't provide what an NQF would provide. And that looking at individual houses because of high-rise buildings don't provide land where people can plant. And then they need quality training programs and quality homes. In terms of our response, Chairperson, TVET college trainings are provided, NHBRC signs MOU, training with service providers. The legislation allows, and due to lack of land availability, okay, okay. My colleague will take over on that one.
Thank you, Chairperson. My colleague has responded on the issue of the training, on the issue of the type of buildings that are being constructed. We can't really comment on that as the design and what is being constructed falls under a different department. But we note the issue of the training and we do provide training as well as certain training through TVET colleges. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Members, I don't see any hand. Number 11, Ms. Phyllis Njoli, in support of the bill, no comment. 12, Barons, member of public in support of the bill. And 13, Ms. Nicolene, in support. 14, Mr. George, in support of the bill. 15, Ms. Elizabeth Margaret, in support of bill, and 16, Ms. Williams, member of public, in support of the bill. 17. Okay, number, I don't understand that one, Ms. Sophia Williams in support of the bill. And then after there is a bulwark, 8 Megar 8, contact municipality. Okay, I remember that one. Okay, number 17. Ms. Joseph in support of the bill. 18. Kosianse in support of the bill is a member of public. 19. Ronald Mini, member of the public in support of the bill. 20. Mr. Daniel Palmer, member of public in support of the bill. And there is a military veteran overback visit work for military veterans municipality number into yet houses built for military veterans. He just raised the concern that Overbeck is not yet building houses for the military veterans. It has to be looked at. If maybe the department have information they can share with the standing committee for us to respond to him in that for Overbeck region. 21, Ms. Gloria Jacobs, member of public in support of the bill. 22, Mr. Sono in support of the bill, is a member of public. 23, member of public in support of the bill. Also raised what is being done regarding the asbestos, and I know Mayor Judge Moore responded that there is a grant and also the communication with the national minister to check if there can be allocation made for that. So we'll appreciate also, Shubis, if you can know that to get we will send the communication to ask you so that we can get the specifics if that has been done so that it can be communicated also to the provincial department, because we do have a lot of houses that still have those roofs, even though protection presently is the ceilings, but still has to be looked at. So we'll wait for your response. And 24, Mr. Mkondo, Member of Public in support of the bill. Mr. Stanley Harvey, Member of Public in support of the bill. Mr. Barry Jacobs, a Member of Public in support of the bill, but he indicated that you need to look at the red tape to make it easier for the individual construction people or person or the companies. There is too much, he complained about too much red tape when coming to enrollment. So I don't know how difficult it is, but that's his comment to that. Mr. Garth Boyle, engineer and business owner, over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Chairperson. The main concern here is that the public must be given a choice to build with or without registering a new build with the NHBRC. It's the owner builder option. So they don't want it to be removed from the bill. And the other concern, it's in relation to issues of extension. He's giving various scenarios as to whether there's a major extension or alteration of a home or minor extensions. And in terms of the bill, Chairperson, the regulations are still going to deal with that part of how the NHBRC would be considering extensions and alterations. And the owner builder, it's removed from the bill. Unfortunately, I mean, it's removed. There's no more owner builder. So that's the answer I would give. Thanks.
Madam? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. If I may ask why the owner builder is removed, what was the rationale behind it?
No, thanks. The owner builder, the objective of this bill is to really protect the homeowner. And sometimes it happens that today you think that you are building a house for yourself. So you don't enroll the property. Now, 8 months down the line, something happens and you decide to sell the house. Now, somebody else who's a secondary, who buys that house, then comes and carries that risk of staying in a home that is not covered. So that is also the intention why we extend it, to make sure that at the onset, the home builder might think, owner, who is also a builder, thinks that I'm doing this for myself, but later sells this property. So the intention is to protect everybody without really being selective, because it might be very dangerous for someone else who later comes and buys the property. I don't know if my colleagues would want to add on that.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think my colleague Paul has touched on what the intention of this bill is, to protect all housing consumers. And I always say that we must be mindful that not everybody is a builder. So I want to classify as myself as a home builder, but I'm not able to understand the technicalities that go into building a home. And therefore, a Chairperson, it would be incorrect for everybody to allow everybody to build their home, as it's a risk, Chairperson, to those particular individuals themselves if they don't have the necessary capacity to do so. Thank you, Chairperson.
Member Seleko?
No, Chair. I don't want us to deal with legislation as if we live in another country. There are houses that are standing for many years, people that are not even registered as builders. And that is a fact. And I think what one wants to see is that surely, like you have also alluded, Chair, that there is someone that is a builder, but was not granted an opportunity to go to school to get a qualification. And I hear this question was also asked, and then we are also referred to the regulations. You know, now we must wait for a regulation which we don't even know what is going to stay. But what one wants to know, what is exceptional cases where one would be allowed to continue? Because you cannot deal with me as Umbulelo as an individual the same way as you would deal with Uped, who's a contractor. Because in most rural areas, our gogos, they don't have the liberty of having Uped as a fully fledged contractor. Who's got Umbulelo, who has been a handlanger for all these years, and not been registered, but he can just do X, Y, and Z. But now what you are saying, just the fact that when you cannot afford to ask Pet to do your thing, Kuba Umbulelo who's got a skill, because he's been part of Pet's company, but he's not registered, who can put in a room or two. Now we say, I'm not going to touch you. You must. I think what one wants to know is that what are those exceptional, cases where you as the NHPRC would say, we are willing to say, let go. And that's something that you are not coming out straight and say, okay, because the regulation can come and say something else that we don't even agree with, or the people that don't agree. I think that is the challenge, that people are saying, how? Because you also need to understand in terms of our history as a country as well. This bill is not only for people, maybe in the Western Cape, it will be fine, we'll use a lot of contractors. But if you go to our rural areas where people, they build for themselves, and those houses are standing. I think we just need to look at all the different avenues and say, how does the bill actually accommodate everyone? Not trying to make it, to put a burden on those that are still lacking, Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I just want to find out why there's no response. I mean, this is a lot of very genuine questions that are being asked, and you're not empowering us enough. Like the same question that I was asking, and then he's asking the question of why NHBRC doesn't also take the municipality engineers to go for training also, so that they're the same standard with those that you will continue to professionalize in the NHBRC as peers to learn together. But the most important question, why no response to all that? And
Chair, after you, I would just like to come in on your question on training. Thank you for your indulgence, Chair. Chair, I think you raised such an important point on training because it's come up consistently. And the feeling that we've really gotten when we've been in the communities is that many people worry that they're going to lose out on business as a result of the new requirements. And so the one thing that I've really been thinking about is, what is the training skills pipeline? What are the targets that you want to set for training? What is the actual demand for training? How many people do you need to train? And by the time of the implementation of this bill, roughly, do you think you will get there, or what will you do to mitigate that? I understand that there are clauses for exemptions, but I think what we ultimately want to know as a standing committee is that nobody's going to be left behind, nobody's going to lose out on an income because of this. Thank you.
thank you very much. Maybe to add to that, this bill is about the consumer, and we do understand that, but it mustn't shortchange also the other part of people that have to build for the consumers, because again, if you are going to do the enrollment, it has to be easy to reach that. And we cannot say you can register online. We know most of the builders, the IT is not their thing. They prefer to come and sit next to you and tell you and give you the information that they have to fill in the form for them. Now, the accessibility of, if I'm in Nice now, I have to register, I'm making an example, in Caledon. First, the transport and you'll find it's not there. I do have the skill. I worked hard to get the certificate. Now I have to enroll so that I can extend Member Maran's house. And there's a cost attached to that also. So make us understand.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. First, we just like to apologize that the answer is not provided in this document. In fact, we just noted now that there is no reply that was provided here, and we apologize for that. We'll update it and we'll send through that response. On the issue of exception, is that we are not likely to give the exception now. As we say, exception differs from case to case. And it's something that is unforeseen sometimes that happens. And given the complexity of the situation, it qualifies to be an exception in the best interest that it should be allowed as an exception. And I do agree that there are builders who would have been building for quite some years and they've sufficient experience. Unfortunately, because of either not being able to go to a formal school or so, they couldn't acquire a proper certification. And I think my colleague will elaborate further on it as to how they take them on board at NHBRC. So there is a process of taking them on board to make sure that they are certified as builders in that environment. It actually even helps them because they would then be able to produce a document. And I'm sure taking further what the Honorable Chair raised earlier about the oral questions and all that, it would then enhance that program on what the Honorable is indicating, that some might not have even went to school, but they've grew up, they are now maybe 20 years experience in building. I think it's something that this bill does not exclude it, because the intention is to bring all the builders on board. So if you are informal, it's important to take you to be a formal builder. That's the intention, to make sure that where there's a lack, then NHBRC is able then to assist this person to be able to meet the standard that is required, of the technical standards that is being required, so that even moving forward is able to if whether get more work in that environment. Thanks. I will give it to my colleagues.
Chairperson, thank you. Yeah, my colleague has now. Chairperson, yes, in terms of those particular trainings or what can be done, we are looking into the issue of ensuring that those people that are unable to read, we do oral tests with our inspectors, Chairperson. So there is that opportunity then for those particular builders who are unable to. So also, if you want to have the test, you must make arrangements to say if you don't understand a particular language and the language that you prefer, then we can have somebody there to say to translate to you what those particular questions then mean. So those things are in place, Chairperson. And then in respect of the issue of the owner builder, and I've always, in addition to what my colleague has indicated, to say that the main aim of this bill is to protect housing consumers through two means, Chairperson, through enforcement and then the warranty, because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that, you know, all homes are enrolled and that we ensure that there's long-term sustainable housing, Chairperson, for housing consumers. I hope I've addressed all the issues, Chairperson. Thank you.
No, you did. Thank you. Thank you very much. But we will receive the response to the, okay. Thank you very much. We are on number 28, Mr. Dion Cluster. Suppose the bill, but raise the issue of it shouldn't be 2 years warranty, it must be 5 years warranty. 29. Okay, member.
Just on that one. I just wanted to check with the department if, because they're saying the bill provides for a 2-year warranty cover for roof leaks, whether there's only cover for roof leaks.
Thank you, Honorable Member. No, I hope I got your question correct. The cover is 2 years in respect of roof leaks, 5 years in respect of structural defects.
The reason why I'm asking the question, Chair, there's a question by Mr. Cluster. And he basically suggested the warranty should be 5 years for everything. And your response is only to roofs. That's why I'm asking whether the cover is only for roofs.
Noted, Honorable Member. It was an oversight from our side because we automatically know that it's 5 years for structural defects and then 2 years for roof leaks. So when the member posed the question, you know, in terms of 5 years, we just clarified to say that indeed it's 5 years for structural defects and 2 years for roof leaks. But we will certainly make it clear in the response.
But maybe the members agree for our negotiating mandate to put that into note to that one that. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Dion Cluster, support the bill. That's the 5 years, and we are with Anita Cupido, member of public, supports the bill, and the NHBRC test venues are very far. It's what I was talking about. That they need to be the arrangements. And by the way, we do have the community CDW, community development workers. They're brilliant. If you want to come close to the communities in different places, that works under the Department of Local Government. They are in contact with the communities from the Tucson Center. So NHBRC, if you can note that to use them, if you are going to a specific area for the tests, we'll appreciate that. Ms. Mina Valoria, member of the public, supports the bill, and she says she knows the propriety is given to the disabled. Does this include the mentally disabled and the poor?
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a question to the department. In terms of our response, Chair, we have indicated that yes, subsidized housing is provided to all qualifying persons. There's a special provision that may be provided case by case to those who are disabled. Yes, I'll stop at the. Maybe the department can add.
Oh. Thank you. Disability must be certified by a medical doctor. So if a person is mentally disabled or disabled anyhow, as long as there is a report from a medical doctor, that report should be submitted to the local municipality for either allocation or application of a home. And we believe that that person can qualify, but they need to support it with a medical certificate. Thank you.
Maybe just to add, in a legal way, someone who's not who's having mental disability, there would be a curator that is appointed to take care of that person. I think that's where it will come in and make sure that perhaps the member of community was worried about that situation. I just thought maybe let me just pass that person would then be able to still be able to be eligible to have the house allocated to them. Yes.
Thank you very much. Number 31, Ms. Samantha Carelse, Member of Public, supports the bill. And do you provide houses for people with specific needs? And in her area, they don't accommodate the disabled. I don't know which area is it. Was it? I mean, we will find out. It's TWK. Okay, thank you very much for that. I tend to differ because I'm doing oversight of the disabled. So maybe there is a specific, we'll follow up with her to find out if that's the case. The others, will the bill cover those who can't afford to maintain? And I think the department, NHBRC, you responded, the department. Is there anything to add to that? Okay, I'm going to take it, there's nothing. 32, Ms. Zenia Jansen, support the bill. 33, Tracy Meyer Constable, support the bill. 34, Mr. Lee Fleer, support the bill. And 35, Mr. Reginald Carlos, Member of the Public. Over to you.
Thanks, Chairperson. The concerns raised by the member of the public, it's with regard to the restrictions that are made to undermine the poor. He indicates that the whites monopolizes the industry with their legislation, which requires the relevant education to be a builder. Chair, it looks like he's indicating that for you to be a builder, you must be educated, and that the laws are failing the public. He also raised an issue regarding the marine protected areas where people can't swim, does not relate to the bill, and that in George, there are 5 building contracts, and their people are not given big contracts, and then they don't have money to get qualifications. He further asked about whether the NHBRC does have a database for builders. Yes, the NHBRC does have a database for home builders, which is available. And then in our response, we've indicated that the NHBRC only requires that a home builder must be registered, and the grading system takes into consideration the competent skills in the home building industry. So those who get big contracts, perhaps it's based on their grading systems, and but there are subcontractors that normally would benefit in those big contracts, but there are processes in terms of how one gets that, but it's not within the space of the NHBRC. Thanks.
Thank you very much. There's no any question. I'm going to continue. Number 36 is from Ms. Hilda Gard, Member of Public, supports the bill, but talks about the consequence management for the structural damage. Does the NHBRC have a consequence management strategy? And I think what she meant is that you have Matlodi that is a builder, I enrolled, but all the time you get that there are structural defects to buy construction company again and again. What are the consequence management from NHBRC?
Thank you, Chairperson. If there are structural defects and the home is within the structural period of 5 years from the date of occupation, the housing consumer may lodge a complaint with the NHBRC. In addition to those issues of consequence management, if the builders deviate from the technical standards, notices of non-compliance are issued. We do have disciplinary hearings that we do undertake against those particular builders where fines are imposed. The bill now makes provision for a CEC committee chairperson.
Thank you very much. Number 37, Mimi, member of the public, supports the bill, and over to you.
Thanks, Chair. The concern is we've got builders that are good in their job, but they are not registered. How can they be assisted? And the issue of title deeds, it's a concern. How can people get title deeds? And also there are houses that have got roof defects and they're falling apart. They're asking the government to investigate the issue of transects. People are saying the houses will cave in. So, Chair, in respect of our response, the builder can get access or can rather visit their local municipality for information, or they can contact the NHPRC so that they can be registered. The issue of title deeds, it's for the department, and the issue of houses that have fallen apart due to the roofs. I think we would have to check which NHPRC offices would be able to assist.
You can go on, sir.
Thank you, Chair. We are aware of what's happening at Transex in Worcester. The contractor was told to go back and he's rectifying all the defects that were identified. So the rectification program is underway as we speak. Thank you.
Just a quick one. When the contractor goes to rectify, or because the shoddy work is the initial work, who monitors that now things are done correctly? So, because it could have been done correctly so the first time. Now, who's going to be like there watching that happens correctly? So,
we received the complaint to NHPRC, so we are monitoring from our side as NHPRC, but also the department is involved, the provincial department, human settlement. So we are monitoring from NHPRC side and also the department side.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to find out now, after it gets reported to you, must we hold you accountable? Okay.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Just wanted to check on the Transex project, whether the contractor is instructed to go back and repair the damages caused by the floods, or are they also going to look at the other structures that's been built? I think it's the first was the 45, it's been an over, and then I think in total it's 190. 192. The focus will only be on those where the roof have blown off and where the wall have basically collapsed. Is the focus only on those?
Thank you, Chair. When we received the complaint, we went to site. I was involved in to go back to site, and then we assessed. I think it was more than half, 60. No, it was about 65 houses that we inspected, and then we came up with a list of defects that we identified. Because some of them were repetitive. They were the same defects that we're finding in houses. So we said, whatever is happening with these houses, chances are high that it's happening to other houses that we haven't inspected. Therefore, the contractor must come back and fix all these identified defects for the whole settlement, for the whole development. So we'll be monitoring with that in mind. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are going to continue to number 38 from Councillor Oz, and suppose the bill, but the question is, where is the 1 million penalty, 1 million rand penalty going?
Chairperson, thank you. If you've summarized that question, so I will just proceed with the answer. It's not to say it will be 1 million, Chairperson. It's the maximum amount. So it can be any amount from 0 to up to 1 million rand that can be imposed. The CEC, or what we currently have, Chairperson, is that a portion of that fine can be allocated to the housing consumer. So in this case, the bill provides that the CEC can make any decision, and they can direct then that a portion of that fine goes towards the housing consumer. In respect of buildings older than 5 years, I just want to say in general, this bill would not be applied retrospectively, but there is current, like I said, if the home is within the warranty period, then housing consumers must feel free to lodge a complaint with the NHBRC. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Number 39. Ms. Dawn Haradin, Member of Public, supports the bill and ask the question about what does this bill have in store for a poor person who's living in a small, dilapidated house without a building plan. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Chairperson. The issue here, it's also in relation to the building plans that were given to them were outdated and without outside toilets. And they want to know if they can, should they sell the houses? Our response here was the bill provides protection to housing consumers through a warranty cover and by ensuring that the home is built in terms of the NHBRC technical standards, home building manual and SANS 10400. Perhaps Dalito can elaborate on a building plan that is outdated and does not have an outside toilet, or has an outside toilet rather.
Yeah. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. One of the requirements for enrollment is approved drawings from the municipality. So whatever's been approved is the one that goes, is the one that we inspect. So if there's an outdated plan, I think it's outside our control. But as long as when it was enrolled, it's approved, then we take control as is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think if there's an occupation certificate, that means it might be the drawings, the plans are at the archives of the municipality because they have to approve the building plans. So, yeah. Okay, let's continue. Number 40, Mr. Soboti, Member of Public, supports the bill. And the question, can the bill be effective for small emerging contractors? Big contractors exploit races. Specifications have small print that deprive us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of our response, we are indicating that emerging contractors are encouraged to learn the NHBRC technical requirements, the home building manual and SANS 10400 to further improve their skills and engage with the NHBRC and seek for opportunities. And the issue of specifications that have small print, I think it's something that can be considered by the NHBRC so that everybody is able to access information in a manner that it can assist them. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think it's more of communication. Also, the NHBRC have to help those small contractors about some of the requirement, technical requirements that you want them to have, that you make sure it's accessible as much as it can. Let's continue to 41, Mr. Kuma. Member of Public, supports the bill.
Thanks, Chairperson. In terms of Section 25, the definition of home builder and getting building plan approved should be unpacked. How do you expect old people to register on the NHBRC? In terms of our response, we have indicated that the law applies to all old and young people, and standards are set to enforce compliance across board. Any person who requires help is encouraged to visit the NHBRC offices for assistance or through online registration. Building plans fall within the jurisdiction of the municipality. Thanks.
Thank you. There's no question. And number 42, support the bill and
Chairperson, this comment is more on exceptional circumstances, and the question is coming in different ways, but it's more on exceptional circumstances. And the member of the public is giving scenarios as to whether exceptional circumstances can apply to not to pay enrollment fee, to cover expansion into renovations. Can exceptional circumstances apply there? And then he's saying, how do they enroll external circumstances? This somehow does not make sense. And how will external circumstances be monitored? And must the home owner enroll with the NHBRC before going to a bank for financing? In respect of our responses, we have indicated that NHBRC cannot preempt what exceptional circumstances will be. This also means circumstances that could be reasonably foreseen, that could not be reasonably foreseen, and arises when not expected. Events that cannot be predicted, to think of a solution beforehand. Exceptional circumstances can be considered in any matter covered by the Act. For example, enrollment fees, registration, whatever issue that may arise, that is in terms of the Act. And in terms of the question on the bank, a bank is required to comply with Section 82 of the bill, and the home must be enrolled before being financed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to add that my colleague Paul has addressed those issues of exceptional circumstances earlier in a response to one of the honourable members.
thank you very much, because yeah, we will wait for that. I'm not going to continue in it. Okay, let's go to 43. Mr. Sherwin, support the bill.
Thanks, Chairperson. And the concern there is that the involvement of private insurance and insurance for contractors must be addressed. The things that don't require building plans must be defined, and then language must be simple for the builder and homeowner to understand. In terms of our response there, we have indicated that the objective of the bill is to protect housing consumers with a view that most contractors do not have insurance, and the bill intends to provide warranty from commencement of construction. Anything that does not require plans, the bill does not require that it be enrolled. However, these issues will be dealt with in terms of the regulations, and the issue of understandable language is noted, Chair.
Okay, number 44. Ms. Masiko Kambala, Department of Infrastructure.
Thanks, Chair. There are 3 points that are raised, 3 or more than 3, but the main ones is we are required to provide divisional clarity. That's in terms of the comment. Geographical applicability of the Act, exemption of certain households from the Act, and we must define what a dwelling unit is, as there's that clause 2.2a, which indicates that it does not include structures that do not have kitchens or bathrooms. And the issue around plumbing, sorry, Chair, plumbing, that are referred to in parts E to G, in respect of whether they are included as part of a home. Okay, I think that's the essence of the questions, Chair. And with regard to our response, we have indicated that we cannot have a definition of a dwelling unit because each and every municipality has a definition of a dwelling unit in their town planning scheme. So every time where we have to understand what a municipality means in terms of a dwelling unit from different municipalities, we consult their town planning scheme, because they are required by law to provide that kind of information. The NHBRC cannot accept the proposal standards as set out to enable NHBRC to enforce the law. The bill applied to both rural and urban areas. A dwelling unit does not include a shack or dwelling unit without kitchen and bathroom. Approved building plans usually require all dwellings to have own kitchen and bathroom. And the comment on backward dwellings, they should comply with the requirements of the bill. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just want to find out. So if I choose to build my house and I don't want a toilet or a bathroom in my house, I must enroll it because it doesn't have a toilet there, because your interpretation of the dwelling unit, now it's throwing us off the track. It's my plan. I prefer it not to have the kitchen. Isibaya must go there, the toilet must go the other side, and then I'm here. I don't have to enroll it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think, remember, before you start building, the plans needs to be approved by the municipality. So maybe you might have a challenge with the municipality to accept plans without sanitation facilities or kitchen or other facilities.
Honorable Chair. One thing that perhaps we must upfront indicate is that we are trying to have or rather, we have a responsibility of setting a standard. Now, there are houses that would have no toilet inside and the kitchens and so on. And the reason why they are not also covered here is because of the standard that we have, and which also covers the issues of security. Because if you have a toilet not in the house during the night, you have to go outside and all that. It's more of a standard. But we understand that from backwards, we used to have those kind of houses where we don't have those facilities. But moving forward, because we are creating a standard that we think is proper for the people, for our people to have. Now, it will be difficult to continue to perpetuate a situation where we allow this kind of things to happen. That's the intention, but purely on the standard. And maybe to put it the other way, it's when government is providing this BNG RDP houses, if they were to give people houses without toilets and kitchens, I think there will be serious question marks. Why do you do that? Because it's a standard that is also applying to both government, but also must apply to our people. We know that, especially in the rural areas, because there is no running water and all that. In the plans, they do have them, but they normally don't use them because they, as such, especially the bathroom inside, because you don't have a, so, but in a format of a standard, that's how it comes out. But also in quite a municipalities, they do not necessarily allow that part. So that's why it's not covered in the bill as a home, that kind of setup.
So I must fraudulently so enroll and make shift on the plans for the toilet, even though I don't want the toilet in the house. So that I can do the enrollment. It can be.
Thanks, Chair. It's not that you must lie about it. What we are saying is that ordinarily the plans will have that, especially as I'm saying in the rural areas. And the understanding is that when you make a plan of a house, you know that there are things that might not happen today, but tomorrow you might have a septic tank, for example. Then you are able to have a running toilet and all that. But as I'm saying that it's a standard that even in rural areas, the RDP houses that would be built there, they do have these facilities, as much as there's a struggle of having running water. But the intention is that when that running water comes, it shouldn't find you in a house that does not necessarily meet the standard. That's the intention.
I think what I'm trying to find out is the idea or the interpretation of the dwelling unit, because it can be, I'm a herbalist, I'm going to build a structure outside. I don't need a toilet in the structure and I have to enroll it. So I want the clarity of the dwelling unit, because of if that's the case, doesn't have the kitchen and it doesn't have the toilet, I don't have to enroll it, because it doesn't get to be interpreted as a dwelling unit. So I want to find out if you agree with me or not. And it's going to sort of interlink to that part of the, somebody talked about the renovations of now, because if I enroll a renovation, it's not a dwelling, it's a wall and all there. Maybe already I enrolled with the toilet and you talk about the dwelling unit. So the interpretation is what also I want to find out that now dwelling unit, what does it mean to NHBRC and the department nationally exactly?
So Honorable Chair, it is a home. That's a dwelling unit that we are talking about. So if you make an extension to it, you are still making an extension to the home that is there. But if you build a room outside, which is just a room, a big room without these facilities, it wouldn't be covered, because it's not part of meeting the standard that is required. So you are just building something out there that is not meeting the standard that is required. I don't know, my colleague would want to
Okay.
add.
Thank you, Chair. I was looking at the definition of a home in this bill. It goes on saying that includes any buildings ancillary to a home, including but not limited to storerooms, covered walkways, garages, and common facilities. So any building that is, you've got a big house here, any home, any structure that forms part of that is used by the occupants of this house. Yeah, it forms part of a home, so that can be enrolled. It forms part of a home. But my understanding is, through my experience with municipalities, when you submit the plans for approval, if there is a deviation from their standards, from their benchmarks, whatever they use, you are supposed to apply for departure from a set regulation that you've contravened. So you apply for that, and then they consider it. If they are happy, then they approve it. If they want you to make changes, you are allowed to do that, make changes on the plans, and then you can have an outbuilding, depending on whatever your preference is. So there is a process which follows in the municipality. That's my experience when I was doing something. So I went through that when I deviated from the benchmarks that I was supposed to follow.
Which you can differ from municipality to municipality about that, but we are doing a bill that has to be a Bible on coming to that for all municipalities. I'm going to take my judgment, and then do you want to come in also after?
Thank you. Yeah, the definition of a home, yeah, it's proving to be a bit confusing, though it shouldn't. But I think we need to look at it from a point of view that the process doesn't start with the NHBRC. It starts with the municipality. When a housing consumer now wants to build, they will have to do the preparations of the plans, as he's explaining. Then what will then be accepted by the municipality and gets approved? That's what the NHBRC, that's what will eventually be enrolled, and that's what we will work with. In other words, the question comes, at what point will there be a dispute on whether a home qualifies to be enrolled or not? It will come at a later stage when there's already approval in place. And for the NHBRC to come and say, no, we cannot cover this, then that will be technically not accepted, even legally, because then the process will have to go back and say, why did you approve it? And why are you refusing now to enroll it? Because it has to be covered, it's already approved. So again, we need to also look at what constitute adequate housing. Adequate will definitely also be defined in line with the needs of a housing consumer. A disabled person will not prefer to have a toilet outside the main home because that does not work practically for them. So in other words, like he's saying, at a point when you are negotiating or wanting your plans to be approved, that's where you will, as a housing consumer, state your needs and the reason why you would want to deviate from what is required by the municipality. And when that gets approved, then it will be an adequate home for you. So it's a technical issue that, but what must comfort us now is the fact that the process doesn't start with the council. It starts at the municipal level. And if it's approved at that level, how can we say no to enrolling it? Thank you.
Let me go first to and then I'll come back.
So, thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. I just wanted to say the bill is written in a way that it's applicable to South Africa, right? But if you take the context, it was more, I think the comment from the department, it was, if you take the context of applying, in fact, we first asked for a clarity on whether it will apply to rural areas. And since we've been here, it's confirmed that it will apply. But if you look in the practice of what normally happens in rural areas, so for example, if one's going to get a building plan as a starting point from a municipality, the question is whether even that happens generally, because to get a building building plan, you need title deeds and so forth. And there's a big question mark about if you are in areas zoned as rural areas, if you actually even have that title deed, depending on who owns the land. So that's the starting point. And secondly, there's an issue of, to us, it may sound as preference, but it's practice that, you know, there's the main dwelling, which we call it dwelling for the purposes of this discussion, but the father of the household cannot mix, has his own heart, or it was hearts in before. I mean, they're getting fancier and fancier now, but the point is it's still a room. It's not interlinking, to go back to your discussion about the interlinkages, therefore you call it as part of the home. It's completely separate for various functional and practices of that particular family. Some of them, it's like a room to you and me. For some of them, it's a kitchen for someone else, as you see it. And there's an excluded, another structure, for example, that may be considered as a bathroom. So the question really was about, have you considered these types of contexts when you writing this bill? If I could clarify.
Thanks, Chairperson. In rural areas, you have what is called permission to occupy. And I know quite a number of rural areas where you get this thing, you are then able to go to the municipality for the municipality to pass or to entertain the building plan that you have. That's how they do it. It is allowed, and in fact not allowed, that's how it's expected, that your building must comply, even if it's in a rural area. That's how it's been done. But also, I just want to refer, Honorable Chairperson and members, that as my colleague earlier indicated, that this thing of dwelling unit depends on different municipalities. And I just want to refer to City of Cape Town Municipal Planning Bylaw of 2015, which defines it as a dwelling unit means a self-contained interleading group of rooms with not more than one kitchen used for the living accommodation and housing of one family, together with such outbuildings as are ordinarily used within herewith, but does not include domestic staff quarters or tourist accommodation or accommodation used as part of a hotel. So I just want to indicate that if you read this, you would also notice that there is that expectation of having a kitchen there. Well, they would not have gone to an extent of including the toilet, but that's still within what this overarching definition that we are having to cover that aspect. And we just give the reasons why we should do that as a standard that as a country we're trying to move towards that direction. And we do understand that there will be people who will still build other things and Dumba and other things outside, but it's not necessarily within the standard that we want as a country to move towards as a house, a home that you say, this is a home. We understand that people will still build quite a number of roundables in a yard, but it's not really what we would have expected. And that's why we are not covering those things in the bill.
Thank you for the clarity, but I think to an extent it's prescriptive and it's not the reality of South Africa because we have the rural areas, and if this bill is for everyone in Western Cape or everyone in South Africa, it has to talk to who is in this country. But we'll formulate the negotiating mandate and see what we can come up with. Mr. Chuma, it's the Annexure B. I think on this first pile, we can go just this one, the Annexure B. Do you have it?
Yes, Chairperson, but Chairperson, we haven't done Annexure A. We
can continue with Annexure
B,
B, and then after we'll go to
Okay.
Minister Simas with the Annexure A. Thank you very much, members. If we can continue. I'm sorry about that. Member Seleku, just behave. Okay, we are on Annexure B. Over to you, Lynn.
Thank you, Chairperson. On Annexure B, we would move straight to page 5. That's where the comment starts. Chairperson, the first comment is in relation to a home builder, the definition thereof. The concern is that the scope is now applicable to owner builders, and owner builders are included in the definition of a home builder and are required to register with the council. The issue of concern there is that the new definition not only includes those building for themselves, but also includes persons whom cause a home to be built. And this expanded definition will now include all backyard owners, homeowners. So they're recommending that based on their concern, it's that the process would provide more additional costs, especially the issues of enrollment, registration as a home builder. And they're recommending that the amendment must be included in the bill, must indicate that the minister must exempt certain categories of home builders. And they want they're suggesting that the part where it says on the definition of a home builder, where it says a person who causes a home to be built, it should be removed, as it is not serving the interests of those backyard homeowners. And in terms of our response, Chair, we have indicated that if you are a backyard homeowner, you are adding more additional structures into your home for the purposes of renting them out, you are covered as a developer because you are causing homes to be built. And in terms, should I proceed, Chair, to the next one? Okay. Thanks, Chair. The second concern is with regard to Section 2 on the application of the Act. This it's mainly on. Okay, my colleague wants to add.
Chairperson, with your permission, if you would allow me to add just on the issue of a home builder. The bill is applicable to all home builders, whether they are registered or not. As the definition of a home builder also includes all unregistered persons who build homes, which will then ensure protection to housing consumers. There's also a provision for criminal offences and sanctions in respect of those particular unregistered home builders. Then just on the issue of the owner builder, am I correct? The issue of the owner builder is then, and we've addressed this as through our previous responses, Chairperson, but it's important, Chairperson, that all homes be regulated because of the protection, that is afforded in terms of this bill. And Chairperson, just to add also that it would be in the public interest, that it would require that all home builders are included in the dispensation, because at the end of the day, when one looks at what would outweigh, what would be to the benefit of the public at large, it would then be to protect owner builders. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. The second concern is in relation to Section 2 on the application of the Act. In that the Act is now extending its application to renovations and alterations, and the member of the public, or rather this organization, finds it very problematic in multiple fronts, in that it's not clear in the bill as to how renovations and alterations will be dealt with in respect of how would they be enrolled. I think that's the main thing. And in respect of our response, we have indicated that the manner in which renovations would be regulated would still be covered in terms of the regulations. That is in terms of Section 2(1)(b). So we cannot provide some of the answers here, or we cannot respond to some of the concerns, because they would still be responded to in the regulations. The issue again that is raised, it's with regard to who is the home builder in respect of the definition of a home builder, as the definition is linked to a definition of a home. So according to this organization, it is not clear as to who is the home builder. And again, renovations on existing homes, they are of the view that a homeowner who initiates a renovation on their own home would face astronomical costs, because firstly, the home would be enrolled according to market value. That is according to their view, rather than the value of the alteration or renovation. Again, Chair, we cannot respond to this because these are the issues that would still be dealt with in the regulations. And again, Chair, the concern again, it's on the renovations, and they've indicated that the owners of homes that are being renovated, in the ordinary course, they would hire home builders that are registered with the NHBRC. And at the end, they would still incur costs in terms of enrolling a home, and that there is no reference to the process to be followed regarding alterations and renovations. Chairperson, I think I've dealt enough with the concerns regarding renovations and alterations. The other concern is with regard to,
Chairperson, with your permission, can I just add that the issue in respect of the additions, alterations, the commencement date will only come into effect, pursuant to the Minister acting in terms of Section 2(3) of the bill, in so far as it relates to those particular enrollments of that. Further enrollment fees and related issues in respect of the repairs, renovations, alterations will be determined in the rules or regulations prescribed by the Council for this particular new dispensation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. I would move to the next comment, which is in relation to Chapter 2, Section 14, regarding functions of council. Specific section there, it's Section 14G, that indicates that the NHBRC provides training to home builders to achieve and maintain satisfactory technical standards in the home building industry. The concern there is that the council only provides trainings to home builders or contractors that are linked to State Department's capacity building initiative. And the trainings are only targeting for the home builders and does not include developers or persons who cause a home to be built. So the recommendation there is that the trainings should include consumer education drives, especially targeting areas where access to information is limited or communities that may not have heard about the council. And the involvement of NPOs and NGOs, it's also encouraged.
Chairperson, we have noted the comment and we are increasing our consumer education because we've noted it's important. It's especially important that housing consumers are aware of their rights and obligations and what this bill provides for. We have been undertaking consumer education and we will continue to do so and increase those particular consumer education drives. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, in terms of the next comment, it's in respect of Chapter 4, Section 30. The concern there is that a home builder or developer, as the case may be, may not commence construction without enrollment. So the concern there is that the small-scale developer may not be familiar with the NHBRC regulations, and not all builders will take on the responsibility of enrolling a home because of enrollment fee that is payable. So our comment thereof, Chair, or rather the essence of the comments, it's clarity is required as to who should be enrolling a home. And in terms of the bill, Chair, and even the current Act, Chair, it's the responsibility of the home builder to enroll a home. In terms of the next comment, Chair, that is.
Thank you very much, member.
The NHBRC just need to explain to me that unfortunately we all know that we do get people that takes chances. As much as the legislation says that you should not commence with building before enrollment, you will find that there are those that would commence without enrollment. And you find it mostly on municipal level, even though the bylaw says you must have a building plan before you can commence with the building. You'll find people building without building plans. That's been happening for years. So who is going to police? Who is going to police this? That's the first question, to make sure that no one builds before enrollment. And secondly, how does one remedy a situation where you find that Mbulelo Seleko has built without enrolling? And what steps do you take to fix that? It could be oversight in some instances, and in some instances it will be just lack of not caring. And yeah, just those two questions for me.
You can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. The question from the honourable member. I'm going to speak of our current scenarios. So in instances where home builders are aware that they must enroll before they commence with construction, it provides for them to submit their documents 15 days prior to commencement of construction. In instances where we become aware of home builders that have commenced, we find that out through our inspections that are being done. So inspections for a particular area gets allocated to an inspector. So when an inspector goes into that area and he notices construction, he would then see whether those particular house or stand number, he has a record of that. If not, this is what we call in terms of our current legislation, which is also in terms of this bill, Section 14, where we issued in a notice of non-compliance to those particular home builders. Those home builders are then brought before the disciplinary committee, which is then the CEC. And what we now, the bill also makes provision for those administrative penalties and non-compliances. I believe it would be Section 65 of the bill, where there is a administrative non-compliance that would then basically, would be issued for those particular home builders. They then do appear before the disciplinary committee and what the bill would then refer to as the CEC. There is a process, which is a late enrollment process, which then require additional requirements that has to be met for those particular homes to be enrolled. From a technical perspective, I'm going to ask my colleague, the engineer, just to give further guidance as to what those additional requirements would then be when we then have to enroll that particular property, and it's referred to as a late enrollment.
Okay, firstly, the issue of the DC is the process of DC to correct or to punish. That's the two questions that I need to clarify. And also in terms of enrollment, if you find out that the late enrollment, is there any financial implications? Are you still going to pay the first the same amount that you're going to pay if you enrolled first? Or is the late enrollment going to cost more or the same as the first enrollment? Thank you very much.
The intention is twofold, both what you have mentioned, to punish and to ensure that that property is enrolled. And then secondly, there is additional requirements, additional fees, and that is what my colleague from an engineer technical perspective will then elaborate on as to what should be submitted and what needs to happen. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member. The late enrollment, involves NHBRC assessing the risk of the elements that have been built already. So we ask for confirmations of compliance on those items, and then once we are satisfied, we do not charge anything. But if there is items which cannot be confirmed, the engineer doesn't know, the contractor is not, it's difficult for him to confirm. There is an amount, we call it financial guarantee, which we attach to that element. And then we keep that money, that financial guarantee, for 5 years. In case that element misbehaves, that money is going to be used to fix that before we go into the warranty fund. So after 5 years, if nothing happens, the home builder gets back that financial guarantee. But the warranty still stands. So if there's a structural defect, major structural defect, the warranty fund, if the home builder is not able to fix that problem, the warranty fund is going to kick in. But there is a process which we follow in the late enrollment, which we make sure that we check what has been built, and then we attach amount of financial guarantee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member, for now. Okay. We can continue.
Thanks, Chairperson. The next comment is in relation to Chapter 5, Section 35, which relates to the home warranty fund. The concern there is that the NHBRC's mandate of providing warranty insurance and conducting technical inspections is aimed at enforcing and maintaining quality standards on new homes. This is to include the additional categories of work involved with the additions, renovations, and alterations. So the concern there, Chair, it's that the expansion of the mandate is not recommended due to the lack of quality of inspections done by the NHBRC, as many home building contractors have experienced. And they've also stated the implications of the expansion of the mandate, in that the NHBRC Inspectorate would perform functions that fall within the exclusive constitutional competence of municipalities. And Chairperson, just to respond on that one, the inspections by the NHBRC, or rather the inspectors from the NHBRC and municipalities, they have different functions of mandate that is sanctioned by different legislation. So their work or their functions is not meant to be duplicated. There's also concern regarding the scope again on the fund of warranty for major structural defects on home, in which additions are made. They've indicated that the defects that are caused by drainage systems, water systems, renovations on non-residential buildings such as garages, storms, would not in their very nature cause major structural defects. So that is their comment, that if you are to extend a house where you're extending a garage, you're adding just a garage or a drainage system, it shouldn't be enrolled because it won't really impact on the structure. That is their view. And they've also indicated that alterations and renovations are often financed by banks, and on the basis that a bond would be increased. And in this case, where the NHBRC has expanded its mandate, it would mean that the banks would have to require reasons for the increase of the bond, which is not addressed in the bill, nor is it capable of doing so. Their main concern is that when banks provide finance for construction of homes, the homes should be enrolled. But in this case, the NHBRC has not provided guidance in that respect for whether banks should accept, should require enrollment certificates for alterations and enrollment when a loan is required.
Thank you, Chairperson. I currently, and what the bill also proposes, that there's an obligation on a financial institution that when they provide any money and in terms of a bond, that property must be enrolled. So in the same circumstances, if you do enroll additions and alterations, before the bank would then advance any sum of money, it would then require an enrollment certificate. I think logic would dictate that it would follow in the same route. Thank you, Chairperson.
Members? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Annexure A. Do you want to add? Okay, let's go to Annexure A.
Before we go to the next one, Chair, there's just one question on the issue of enrollment. Let's say Ulala is a contractor that is going to enroll building my house.
Okay, I didn't hear the start again. You say, let's say.
So before you go to A, let me finish with B.
Okay, yeah.
And I just make an example, like Ulala is a contractor.
Oh.
Yeah, and he's going to build in Guam. So Ulala enrolls, but before Lala could complete my house, Ulala just disappears. And now I found Usis letter to continue with what Lala has started. So what's going to happen? Do we enroll? Because now we are using a second contractor because Ulala has disappeared. Unrobile just left. Now I found a Good Samaritan by letter construction to continue with the job. So what do we do in such instances? Do we pay extra, or do we just take the first enrollment and acknowledge that later construction is going to continue with what Lala has started?
Question is, there is double enrollment that is going to happen? Is there a double warranty that is going to be attached to?
Chairperson, I would give you an example in terms of the current act. We have a provision that provides for change of home builder. So if Lala is not able to assist anymore, you comply with the section of change of home builder. Remember, we have the home in our records already that is enrolled. So, but sometimes an issue can arise to say who actually paid for an enrollment, but that could be between the parties, and we can facilitate and assist the parties. If it's the housing consumer, then we continue. If it's the builder, we can communicate to say, fine, we can do change of home builder, perhaps refund the other, and then the current one would have to pay. But it's usually not an issue because the Act provides guidance in that regard. And the current bill also does provide guidance.
Where does it provide the guide to that? Because it doesn't, we are only three listening to you here with those that are online about that, but it has to be where it can be referred that, okay, I'm not going to double dose on this enrollment. You have to tell us where it is so the member can, it's a constituency head, he has to help them.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think it's in section 30, subsection 10. It refers to that. It says where a home builder fails to complete the construction of a home within the time period agreed to, the housing consumer must notify the council, and the council must update the register of enrollment and the register of a home builder accordingly. And in terms of chapter 4, against the home builder.
Is it the same with the one that we are talking about? Because we are talking about Lala that enrolls.
Yes.
The enrollment comes with the warranty.
Yes.
Okay. Then Lala disappears. Then Matlodi comes to finish the job. The job is Isaac. The housing plans are the same that was enrollment there. So I come, am I going to pay again for the same housing plans for the enrollment? Am I going to get the double warranty? That property is going to have the double warranty or not? I think that's what member is trying to find out.
Okay. No, thanks. Maybe let me just continue with the section 13 on subsection 12. It says where housing consumer as contemplated in subsection 9, or in the case of the development, the developer concerned appoints a new home builder to complete the home consent, that the new home builder must notify the council of such appointment, and the council must update the register of home builders and the register of enrollment accordingly. So this then means that it will then move in that fashion, that is still registered. To correct it, yes, to correct that register. That is now someone else who's continuing with it. But because it has been enrolled, you will not continuously enroll when it's enrolled in any way. That's, yeah. Yes. 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 That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Member Isaac Seleku.
No, Chair, would it not be safe to say, when, like, to be specific, you say that in terms of what you are reading, that the issue of the finances is not mentioned there.
Yeah,
It talks just about update.
Yes, through you, Chair. That's why I was reading it. It doesn't talk about payment of anything. It talks about updating. So that is just for the NHBRC to be aware that it's now the other person who's completing. So we are not going to continue enrolling one property on several occasions. That's how it's couched here.
It says you update the information or the registering, because the registering now we can interpret it differently to go to enrollment. And so this section says it's an update of the information at that point in time, or is updating the registration.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just on section 30, very good that there is this protection for the housing consumer in place in subsection 12. But our question is, what happens to the warranty? Because there's obviously a gap between the time when the old builder exits and the new builder comes in. So the warranty period continues to run and it has a lifespan. So surely there should be some form of protection for the consumer in terms of the purpose of this act, this bill. going forward? Will the warranty be extended or will it just be running?
Okay. Measures
Can
more,
we-
and then after you come in.
Okay, I just wanted to say, can the chairperson allow us to confirm with the people who actually deal with the enrollments? Yeah.
Okay, you'll do consultation.
Just to confirm in practice what actually happens so that there's no double enrollments or what actually happens. I think we can confirm that.
Chairperson, we're talking about change of home builder, not cancellation of enrollment. So once you enroll, our records refers to a home that's enrolled. So the issue of change of home builder, it's another process. So when there's change of home build, the enrollment is not impacted. And then if you were to, there's a dispute regarding who paid the fees for enrollment, that is able to be deliberated by the parties, and they would have to agree as to whether do they refund the previous builder and the current builder pays what is required. But for as long as the enrollment is not cancelled, the warranty is not interrupted.
So here is the now, it just adds to what we are trying to find out. The enrollment is not cancelled. But for you to update the information of Matlodi being a builder now, and there is a dispute of the enrollment fee, which side are you going to take between Matlodi and Lala?
It depends on the issues. It depends on the issues. That is why it's important to hear both sides of the story.
Yeah. So who's going to take the decision? That's what I'm asking. It depends on the issues, but the adjudicator for that, who is the adjudicator for that?
Adjudicator for that, it's the NHBRC. But the evidence would guide the NHBRC as to who paid the enrollment fee.
Chair, would you allow me to make a practical example as how it's currently done?
Yes.
Okay. So you appoint ABC home builders to start your construction. You do foundation and then you reach substructure, I think, or wall plate. I'm not too familiar with all the technicalities. Yes, yes. No, not when we come. You have appointed ABC home builders. They commence with your structure. When it reaches that wall plate or windows need to put in, you have a dispute with your builder for whatever reason and you can't see eye to eye. You then decide, but I want to terminate this relationship that I have with ABC builders. You then go to Paul and Paul says, but I can finish this house for you. But in order for me to do that, I must now take over what is currently here and I must go to the NHBRC and I must go and this must now, it's enrolled, but I'm now going to be Paul is now going to be the home builder on record and no longer ABC builders. You then come to the NHBRC, there are forms that you then complete and then it gets changed to Paul is now the home builder. It does not mean your property is not enrolled, it remains enrolled. Now there's a dispute regarding who paid the enrollment fee. Our current access, the home builder must pay the enrollment fee. The builder then has decided in terms of your negotiations or in terms of your contract that he has worked that enrollment fee into the purchase price as an example, or the total value of the package. You then, it's stipulated in your contract. We can see that as the NHBRC, you give us proof of payment to say, I have paid a deposit of 500,000 Rand. In terms of your contract, it sets out that 500,000 Rand includes X, Y, and Z. We would then trans Paul's name, the enrollment certificate would then go to Paul, but it does not mean that your house is not enrolled. Your house remains enrolled. Paul is now the home builder that has taken over the construction.
So, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, so what it means is that at no stage will the enrollment be taken out because of this dispute. That's why there is also dispute resolutions and all that is provided in the new bill to try and resolve those kind of contractual issues if they do arise. But as and when there's this dispute as to who paid it is between the two, but the actual enrollment is still there. That is, as and when they resolve this part, the home continues to be enrolled but they should be able to resolve who must be refunded if there is a need of refunding. Thanks.
For the sake of being progressive, we are going to continue. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your response, but I'm not quite sure that it actually deals with our inquiry. So I'm looking at clause 41.3, which states that a housing consumer may institute a claim against the home warranty fund where the home builder or the developer is unable or fails to rectify a structural defect within the period prescribed by the council, or, and this is the relevant part, if the home builder or developer no longer exists or cannot be traced. So Lala's gone now, right? Cannot be traced. But the question is, what does it mean? What does that claim entail? Because we wanting to know whether that warranty is going to be extended possibly because there's a gap, there's a time lag between the old builder exiting and the new one coming in. So surely, you can't just let that warranty run without protecting the consumer in some way, will it? What does claim mean in relation to that? Because it seems that, if it's found its way into the bill, that the builder cannot be traced, then that's something that happens frequently. So that's the thing.
Again, throwing another spin, as he starts to build the house, Lala starts to build the house, and then that windowsill disappears. Seleku tries to trace Lala, doesn't get Lala. It's about 2 years. Then says, Matlodi, come. And I built. So that foundation and it's been 2 years and I'm going to continue. And then after that, there need to be a warranty. So the warranty is after the house is finished, it starts there, or is from about 3 years when we started to build the house.
Just to add what the chair is saying, because now what I'm trying to get at is that there is actually 2 individuals that has contributed into baking this particular cake. You start with the foundation and then you do your windows and then you go to your tops. Let's say Lala left before we did the roof. And now when the warranty is issued, is Lala going to take responsibility for the whole house? So by virtue of me approaching Ulala is an indication to you as NHBRC saying that appointing Uleta is actually indicating to you that Lala is nowhere to be found. But so should there be defects in terms of the kind of work that has been done by Lala while she was found? And what was read there in terms of that the person is no longer found, and what happens then? I think we need to look at the practicality of it now. Do you understand? Because these things tend to happen. In terms of local government, will appoint a contractor that will do the foundation and then it will just disappear. Then we'll have to go and appoint another contractor. But now the issue of warranty, what impact does it have in terms of the warranty for the whole structure? Thank you.
Chairperson, through you, the warranty is applicable in terms of what the bill says. So if there are defects, when Lala has left, the NHBRC will have to address those defects because now the bill says warranty commences from date of construction. So the NHBRC would attend to those defects and rectify them. But in terms of completing the structure, you would have to appoint another builder. But warranty, it's not interrupted and it's applicable in terms of how the bill has indicated. So it's I don't see a scenario where where a home is enrolled and the warranty is interrupted, whether the builder is there or the builder is not. because if the builder is not there and the home is incomplete, you'll have to appoint another builder as long as the home is enrolled.
Just a quick confirmation, you say the warranties from the start of the construction. Okay.
Section 40, subsection 1. Okay, 5 years is from date of occupation. Once you occupy, then it's 5 years for major structural defects, and then it's 2 years for roof leak. So the issue is when you start construction, we don't know how long you're going to take. That's another issue. But then in terms of that 5 years, it's when you have occupied, we have proof. But Chairperson, if you look at section 40, 40 subsection 6, subsection 7 and 8, it provides for different scenarios in terms of what happens if there are non-compliances and the home builder is not attending to same, and how the NHBRC inspects the rectification of those non-compliances and how they delay the issue of occupation. But at the end, if I can read section 40, subsection 8, it says, in the event that a final inspection referred to subsection 6 is not performed, let's say final inspection is not performed by the NHBRC due to an omission on the part of the council or its inspector, the commencement date of the warranty is deemed to be 90 days after the housing consumer has been granted the right of occupation, irrespective of whether or not the housing consumer occupies that home or not. So if we can read section 40, it gives guidance in terms of how the warranty is applicable and from which date it's applicable, as well as the issue of occupation.
Okay, thank you very much. I think if the legislators, they look at you the way they're looking at you, hey, it's going to be difficult for people out there, hey? So I'm just mentioning it. The interpretation might be, we want the bill that is clear to everyone as they read it, that they do understand what does it mean. And the scenarios that the members we are talking about is what we get all the time as we do the oversight. And I think that's why we are trying to we'll be representing what is in front of us to interpret. So we have to try to make sure that it covers our communities out there. We are not shortchanging them. Any other addition to the assembly or hand?
Thanks, Chair. I thought honorable member was smiling, agreeing that now he understands it. No. I think the simplest part of what it explains here is that in a current format, you have a 5 years warranty, but in the new one, it has been extended for the structural damage to start at the time of constructions. So it's now extended. That's the simplest way of explaining it. And when the house is being enrolled, so from the time that is being indicated that is being built, then it's covered. But you still have 5 years that when you occupy the property. If for one reason or another you didn't get someone confirming that you have occupied, it will be counted that you have occupied the property after 90 days. So they will start counting that you have occupied. So I'm just trying to put it in clarity. Same as the roof leakage. If it's pertaining to a roof, it means if it was not certified within the period of 90 days, they will say you have occupied it starting from 90 days after. So it will count from that. You will still have your own warranty that will be calculated from. So it's been extended to cover those. In the past, it was not covered. Now it's just being extended to make sure that people are covered, because previously it would have been 12 months there would not be rains for one reason or another. I know in Western Cape you have a lot of rain, but in other provinces, you are neighboring one in Northern Cape, they struggle sometimes for a rain. So 12 months passes, you are not aware whether there's a leak or what, and the warranty has then expired. So that's why it would have been moved to the 12 months, 24 months in the current bill. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Member Seleko, are you covered, sir? Or we are progressive? Okay. Thank you very much. Are we covered?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you
Chairperson.
very much. And I'm going to say, Advocate Masdorp.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe just the following, in as much as I understand what my role is in today's proceedings, I followed the question by Member Seleko and the examples used. I follow also the input by the colleague from the NHBRC as in respect of her practical example. I am familiar with what the bill says about the warranty period, when it commences, etc. I'm familiar with what the bill says in respect of the various scenarios when the warranty kicks in or the payment of the enrollment, etc. My question, in as much as it is said that or provided in the bill that the warranty commences upon the date of construction, I think there are scenarios which may prove difficulty. The legal purpose of the warranty is to protect in the long term or the medium term a consumer or a prospective occupant. That's firstly. But we know, and I think the one colleague from the NHBRC has mentioned, that this is not just for an owner, but also future owners. So we are not just looking for the immediate or medium term, we are looking to protect a consumer beyond the current possible owner and occupier of a house or of a dwelling. Now, why would it be necessary for a warranty period to commence upon the date of construction? What kind of benefit does a future occupier gain from that, from the commencement of the period at that time? And I say that for the following reason. We know that there are all manner of frequent inspections done. The moment trenches are dug, the moment there's a certain height and a certain possible payout, the moment a building becomes roof height, there's another inspection. The moment the roof is on, there's an inspection. The moment of final completion, there's an inspection. And these inspections are done by, I presume, highly qualified technical operators, if you like. So one can therefore, after each and every inspection, accept that there is a degree of guarantee of structural integrity that is signed off. Take note, there's no owner yet, there's no occupier yet, the place is not ready for occupation yet, but the experts have signed it off. Would it not then, in that scenario, make sense, especially from what I heard earlier, that this is to protect future owners as well, and very mindful of my colleague from the department, Ms. Syria, who argued about the interruption, if at all, of the warranty period. Wouldn't it make sense, Chairperson, for a warranty period to commence upon the date of occupation? Because by then, only then does an occupant, an owner, seek to derive the guarantees going forward of structural integrity or the quality of workmanship of the roof for leaks, etc. I would very much argue that a warranty period, because that is when the protection, I believe this bill seeks to protect, that is when the protection is needed. So the longer we can have the warranty period, the better. In other words, have the warranty period commence after occupation or upon occupation, as opposed to upon construction, because then it allows for all manner of possibilities, as per the example used by Member Seleko as far as errand developers are concerned, etc. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Advocate Masdor. I don't know who is going to respond. I hear the concern of that. It goes also to the title of the bill, because it's a housing protection consumer bill. So I don't know who's going to respond. It's too quiet. My judgment.
Okay, maybe we will all respond. I think maybe if we need to go back a bit, the reason why now the bill proposes that the housing consumer be covered from the date of construction is to cover for issues like your foundation. So that, you know, because if the foundation is covered, should anything go wrong before the actual building, but at the foundation phase, then the housing consumer will be able to be covered at that stage. But it does not mean that the period of the warranty cover will then start to be calculated from that stage. It will only kick in upon the issuing by the NHBRC of the final inspection report, which will then mean that the housing consumer will be starting to occupy a home. So it's only to cover for anything that may go wrong before the actual occupation of a home. It does not take away the period of the cover. So the cover will kick in upon the issuing by the council of the final inspection report. That is why they say after you have occupied, you have 90 days in which you can then report to the council as a housing consumer. Anything that you can identify, anything that can show that there's a problem here, whether the roof, whether anything, that will be covered. Within that 90 days, it should be reported. But it does not take away the cover. The cover period kicks in upon occupation or upon the issuing of the final report. I don't know if the NHBRC will agree with that.
Chairperson, thank you. And I've noted what Advocate, I think it's Masdor, has indicated. Yes. Chair, and the council is correct in the sense that that's how the legislation currently stands, to say that the warranty kicks in from the date of occupation. That's our current legislation. The extension of what this bill provides for is the warranty to commence from the date from construction as opposed to occupation. The intention, Chairperson and Council, is to basically minimize, you know, the cost of rectification, you know, because as an example, one would find that there may be a defect that relates to the foundation, as an example, which then gets discovered at a much later stage, which then requires maybe demolishment. And I'm by no means all technical. I'm just you know, which then increases the costs of what that rectification, you know, are at a later stage. than what it would then have been when it could have been rectified from the commencement. Alternatively, in the sense that you have a particular home builder, that home builder passes on or is liquidated, as an example. Now it's discovered that there are defects, and the warranty would then be there to then rectify those particular defects. Also, in the instances where the aim is to extend, to people that are unable to. Let's just say you have depleted your funds and that you have a budget, and the home builder is unable to rectify, then there's a warranty. And those are best described, as how I would be able to respond to it. But regulations need to be drafted. And from those regulations, it may possibly be that there would be set regulations set as to how that process would work, or how to go about that process, or how about to institute that claim. And it would then be clarified further in terms of those regulations. Is there anything from a technical perspective that my colleague would like to add? And I'll hand over to him. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to add to what my colleague has said, some of the defects, it's better to deal with them at that stage rather than wait for 5 years and then you start to wait for the problem to happen. Because if you do that, the effects, the consequences of that defect might be catastrophic, loss of life included. So by starting the warranty from the day of construction, for me, it's a better way of dealing with risks rather than wait until the day of occupation, while we know that maybe there was a problem which we could have dealt with during construction. That's what I can add at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Advocate Mazda, any follow-up?
Chairperson, thank you for the responses. I remain unconvinced. In fact, in as much as there were responses, there weren't answers. I am saying, Chairperson, that there are multiple instances of inspection and sign-off. What does an inspection mean or entail? For example, if there's an inspection of a foundation, the sign-off would mean that there's a certain compliance in respect of the integrity of that foundation. If there's a sign-off after an inspection of a roof height or a substructure, that sign-off would imply to the ignorant, gullible, uninformed owner that there's a certain integrity guaranteed by the inspector on behalf of the NHBRC, and that later, upon completion, this house, having been signed off, having had multiple exposure to inspection, is now safe for occupation. In fact, we are supposed to have consumer protection in mind, by the way. In fact, the consumer then occupies, and I am saying after occupation, because a lived house is a different one to being a constructed one. After occupation, the owner's interest should be continued to be protected with the warranty. So, as said earlier, there were responses. I'm unconvinced because there were no answers. Let me then break it down, Chairperson. What does an inspection mean or entail? Because we make a big thing about people who have to be qualified, presumably, to be inspectors with all the cost that goes with it. What does an inspection entail? Does it not, in fact, give intermittent warranties, integrity warranties to a prospective owner, so that after final sign-off and certificates are issued, then with all those guarantees in place from inspectors, qualified inspectors, presumably, then a warranty should continue to be in effect, so that the purpose of the bill, protection, by the way, is effected in the longer term, 5 years or then 2 years in respect of a roof. Chairperson, for now, I still remain unconvinced in as much as there have been responses. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Is there a comment? Okay.
Maybe just to comment. I think the issue of maybe let me make it an example that if someone builds and before even the sign off, that builder disappears as it has been said earlier, then there's no one who takes responsibility of rectifying those things. So this warranty will definitely come in and assist them. So this bill would cover scenarios that might not have been there. But this is one example that I'm giving, that if that builder is no longer there, so there's no one carrying responsibility of correcting that. But if the another builder comes in and then they can proceed, but correcting that through NHBRC with a warranty. That's basically what it would mean before, so that you don't wait for some other builder to come and continue on something that would have picked up that there's a defect that was caused, and when he was pointed to that, it just disappeared, and you leave the homeowner with the problem. Now he can't move, but because there is this warranty, it will kick in, assist this person with a new home builder that comes in, and then so that it can move forward. Thanks, Honorable.
Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to emphasize on what our inspectors do. Once the home has been enrolled, they will have drawings, information for that house. And when they go to site, as I said earlier, they use that as a basis of the inspection. Now, if there is any deviation from that, they will issue non-compliance. So in other words, they will not. That is a sign that something has deviated from the expected standard that it was supposed to achieve. So once they do that, the notice of non-compliance is issued, and then there is a way of tracking that non-compliance until it's complied. And that's when it can be lifted, and then construction can proceed. But also on the other side, we must not forget that those drawings are designed by the engineer. So the engineer needs to conduct his inspections on those houses. He must satisfy himself that the design has been done according to what he has here, according to the drawings. So while there's NHBRC, but also the engineer needs to make sure that he complies with his the contractor complies with his design. And if he's not doing his due diligence, this engineer, he can be taken to task with EXA, because he's registered there, he's got a code of conduct with EXA. He can be taken to task with that route. So in terms of our inspections, it's based on the information that we've received from the engineer, and then we make sure that the home builder complies with those details on site. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think that's the responses. Like Advocate Master said, it doesn't answer the question, but it's the responses. And I think it will help us also as we have to structure our negotiating mandate. So let's continue, members, to Annexure A. I hope, Advocate Master, I'm not in a way making you not to express your, what is it? Yeah, I'm not making you I'm not shying away as the chair and the members from the issue of the warranty. I think I'm going to propose that we add a recommendation in terms of the warranty, and we'll ask Advocate Masdor to assist us in drafting the alternate for the warranty. In the meantime, while we are listening, I think you'll help us to structure that on our negotiating mandate. So we are going to annex Chair A. And if that is in order with you, Advocate Masdor?
All good, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chairperson. The comments in respect of Annexure A, just to summarize, the first comment, it relates to a number of unintended consequences may arise where low-income housing consumers are affected by paying fees for registration, annual renewal of registration and enrollment of fees as owner builder. This is where it comes where perhaps just check. The issue is where a low-income earner intends to construct their own home. Because the exemptions are no longer there on issue of owner builder, they will be required to pay the necessary fees. And this is a concern which is raised in terms of the first comment. And the other comment, it's the fact that the socioeconomic impact assessment was not attached to the memorandum of the objects of the bill. And this would have assisted the public to know what would be the impact, the economical impact of the bill to the public. In terms of our response, Chair, there are suggestions that have been placed in this document by the member of the public, and he's indicating that SAIA ought to determine, amongst other things, the impact of the fee requirements on affordability and the delivery of homes, and that it's recommended that the bill provide for low-income households to be exempted for registration and annual of registration. In terms of our response, Chair, we have indicated that the low-income housing consumers must still be protected by the bill. The warranty provided by the NHBRC outweighs the fees that are paid by the required parties. That's the first comment, Chair.
Okay.
Chair,
Member Seleko?
can I just make a correction that the comments are not from a member of the public, it's from the Minister of Infrastructure in the province.
Thank you very much, Member Seleko. These are from the Minister, is the Annex Chair from Minister Tisha. You can continue, ma'am.
The second comment is in relation to the definition of build. The concern is that it has expanded to the protection afforded to housing consumers by including repairs, renovations, alterations, extensions, and that the wording in the definition of build clearly implies that the building of homes includes the process commencing at the date of construction of the home, and that already existing homes are also covered by the definition. The definition also clearly covers the process of construction from start to finish. The definition extends to includes the completion of incomplete houses. Okay, this is where clarity is required, whether the definition includes incomplete houses where, for example, beneficiaries started building a foundation and the structure is not as yet complete, or where an example, a person started building a foundation and the structure is not as yet complete and abandons it, and a new building owner takes over that structure and wants to complete it. So they want to know if the definition of build includes that. The suggestion that is provided there is that the definition should take into account the completion of incomplete homes and not only existing homes and newly constructed homes. Our comment thereof is for NHBRC purposes, incomplete structure, if as long as it's enrolled with the NHBRC, it is referred to as under construction. So the definition that does cover already incomplete houses. The next, oh,
Yeah, let's continue. But before we continue, okay, so Minister continues on the, because of the subsidies that are provided by the Western Cape Department of Human Settlements and the National Housing Code for the completion of incomplete homes. It is therefore necessary to provide clarity in definition regarding whether incomplete structures are covered. So that is for the government side, for that interpretation, not for a home builder.
yes.
Yeah, so it covers both.
Yes.
Okay.
Our technical can also respond.
Okay.
But what I was saying is that incomplete structures are still under construction. So for as long as they're still under construction, they are covered. But you can.
Yes. Right.
The next comment, Chair, it's with regard to the definition of the word board. And the concern is that council is defined as the juristic person referred to in section 4, which amongst others, this acts under the direction of the board. My apologies, Chair.
Just to Chairperson, just to indicate also on subsidy and social housing. There is a program from national that even in province, they do have it. I think the rectification of incomplete houses. So it normally comes in and assist because there would be those kind of situations. I'm just saying it in addition to any other thing, you still have that thing that when government would not have done these things in a proper manner, then they would come and do it. But where it's clearly on the warranty part, then the warranty will kick in.
Yeah, thank you. But I didn't want the escape clause of the rectification. It's totally, we are on this as per the Transhex. You can't bring the that program to Transhex. You get what I mean? So it has to be about what is happening. We are talking about where the Department of Infrastructure is building the houses, and that happened. There is subsidy, there is a housing code. So rectification program, my interpretation is totally different. It has specifics of where it has to kick in, not when coming to where there was a construction of Transhex and then there are defects while that the project is still going on. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. The comment on clause 4, as I've indicated, it's on the definition of the board. The suggestion thereof is that the board must be defined to refer to the members of the board as contemplated in section 6, and that we must insert a definition of board before the definition of build as follows. It's a suggestion on the definition, Chair. Our comment is that we have noted and this would be considered. Thanks, Chair. In respect of clause 4.2, clause 4.2 states correctly that the board is the accounting authority as contemplated in the PFMA. This clause, however, does not state to whom the board is accountable in law. The suggestion thereof is it is proposed that a subclause be inserted in clause 4, indicating to whom the board is accountable in law. Can I give this to Mr. Masame to respond? Yeah, I think he sponsored the answer.
Thanks. I think we are not we don't have a problem with adding any explanation. It's that they account to the shareholder, which is the minister. I think. Thanks.
So as it states here, as proposed by Annexure A, you feel it can go in?
Yes, ordinarily that's it's a standard that the boards account to the minister who's acting in the representative capacity of the shareholder, the main shareholder, which is government. But we don't see any harm if we were to add it.
Because it's
yes.
If it's a bill, it has to indicate
Yes.
so that the minister now doesn't do it this way, the next minister do it differently. It must be prescriptive as the bill. So
Thanks.
it will be added in.
Yes.
Okay. We can continue.
Thanks, Chair. With regard to clause 6.3, it deals with the composition of the board, and the concern is that it lacks any reference to the inclusion of persons who have knowledge and experience in the construction industry, property market, and property development in newly built housing. The suggestion thereof is that in addition to persons who have special knowledge and experience in the matters listed in subclause 3A to J, it is important to also include persons with skills, knowledge, experience in the construction industry, property market, and property development in newly built. Our comment thereof is that we note the comment, however, this is already provided for in the bill.
Chairperson, it's section 6.3 that lists the list of special knowledge and experience of those particular board members. Section 6.3 of the bill provides for that, Chairperson.
Do you have it in front of you?
Can they read it for us, please? The section at
Okay. Can you read it for us, please?
Chairperson, section 6 relates to the composition of the board, and then 6.3 says the board must, when viewed collectively, consist of persons who have special knowledge and experience in consumer protection, the planning of human settlements, the regulatory and legal environment applicable to this act, social housing, subsidy housing, town planning, home building, the supply of housing goods and services, and the role of associated professions, including developers in the provision of housing, the insurance industry, corporate governance and management, and financial management and management of funds. So it covers a huge variety of skills and knowledge.
We are going to do our negotiation mandate. We have to look into that. Please note it so that
because I would, because the minister is competent in terms of the department, and for him to specifically raise that, then there must be something that he has seen, so I would just want to flag it like that.
Looking on my right also, can you?
So, I mean, the list is exhaustive, I get that, but there's a feeling that there's a property, what do you call them? Property practitioners, for example, are excluded. If you think of the estate, what do you call them? Agents and all those kinds of stuff. I think that's related to that. I was just looking at your list. Yeah, I think it could be more an expression of include them too, not just because if you're saying that it includes people who have experience with social housing, subsidy housing, town planning, they might not necessarily be covered by those. But I get the intention is broad enough. I think whoever drafted it wanted to include them, but there's a specific reference that you're probably missing a key stakeholder that might not be directly involved in what you've listed. I don't know if it makes sense. Yeah.
I'm not sure if I would be correct to say that, you know, developers are the ones that are with development in newly built housing, and developers are provided for. And they are
But
also in the property market
estate agent
and
wouldn't be a developer.
construction industry.
Maybe just to also add, G just talks to home building, people with experience in home building. So it goes on in other people, but it basically talks about people with home building experience. That's so it covers quite a range of things around that.
You know English, eh?
It's true.
English has got issues.
So we try to be broad so that we are able to cover, because there would be quite a number of people who may come with someone with expertise on certain aspects. So we are covering everyone who might have certain expertise, as we are saying, in this environment.
So I get what the minister, what the department also wants these specifications, because I'll make an example. There is a municipality worker who has an experience in a electrical, anything that has with the electricity of the municipality, doesn't have the papers. When there's no manager, he's the one that they depend on in Cedarburg, and because he championed that for more than 20 years without the papers. Now, he has the knowledge, like you are saying, of the electricity. Now I'm trying to understand. I'm just playing the devil's advocate in the interpretation of the English words that we do have. That is what I'm saying. I understand where minister comes up from with the specification of the experience, knowledge and experience in the construction industry, property market. It covers everybody that has the knowledge and not give the specific. So you can say the and property development in newly built housing. So if it's tomato and in a way, but I always say when coming to a bill, if we are trying to get the meaning of those English words, it becomes a problem when it goes out there. So we have to have something that is more understandable by the end users of this bill also. So help us to get there. How do we get there?
Okay, thank you. I think we will definitely consider that, because as you know, the PPR Act has just been passed, and I think it's important that we include those categories of persons, especially with those expertise, because I remember, I think it was raised in one or two meetings where, you know, the need for us to include those people, because if you look at the market currently, it's not inclusive. And with the consideration of the PPR Act, if we consider those persons as described, then we will be accommodating a whole lot of people that are not currently included. So I think it's something that we'll definitely consider, because it also needs to align to that act. It's also ours. Thank you.
Over to you, Meg.
It more the other way to I mean, with Judge Moore having said this now, maybe I'm covered, because I would have said maybe because it's going to be kind of I would have said the word lucrative to be part of, to apply to be a part of this board, and there will be a process of elimination if you don't fit, you know, someone who's strict about the interpretation of this. So maybe the other way I would have asked it, if we're talking, for example, about estate agents, in what number or in what letter here do you think they fall under? Maybe that's another way of asking you, if you're saying that they are considered or they are part of this, where is it what, I don't know, A, B, where you think maybe they are covered in it, if you feel that they are covered here. So that if we are asked this question or someone is asked this question, we can say they are part of this, because we don't want someone to be excluded on their expertise if they're not listed here. And, you know, board membership can be petty sometimes in the application to these things.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you. Does it not fall under associated professions? Remember, I'm thinking if we say estate, when I look at the broader aspect, the purpose of this bill is housing and the construction, when you look at the construction, not necessarily the sale of that home. So when you take into consideration an estate agent and the facilitation that the estate agent play in terms of the selling of that home, when we look at what the purpose is in terms of, or what the board, gives strategic direction to the organization in terms of certain functions and to put out its mandate. So for me, I don't think it should include, but it does provide for associated professions, and that's why my view is that it includes the issue of developers, and developers are generally the ones that deals with what is provided here. They have the knowledge in the construction industry that relates to the market, the development, because they are the ones that would identify a piece of land and say, you know, we have seen in this particular area, you know, there's a demand for housing, there's a demand for rental, and therefore, you know, we should look into whether we should go to the municipality and, you know, obtain land in a particular area. So for me, it's covered, Chairperson, under the issue of developers. G is quite broad, and it's covered there. However, Chairperson, it's your meeting, Chairperson, and you'll make your necessary inputs and comments.
Yeah, you have tendency of taking me back. We try to be progressive. Then you take me back. Then we restart about the interpretations again. And I mean, you are right and we are right. So we are all right about our interpretation, because like I said, the heading is English. And yeah, members, let's continue. We do have, I'm sorry, we have the meeting, another meeting, what time? 1. I'm going to suspend again the meeting, and because I'm a very, very, very nice chair, there is lunch where we had tea while we get into another standing committee now ourselves, and we'll join you at the lunch, and then after we'll continue with the annexure A. I'm sorry about that. I thought we'll be done by now.
Chair, that may not be possible due to traveling arrangements.
Okay, how much
would we be able, can I propose maybe a virtual session to complete the annexure?
Do we have time for the virtuals? We don't deadline. Go on.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. The mandate is due with NCOP on the 1st of August, and due to time constraints, we need to complete this today. Yeah, so.
All going to leave, or who can still stay to continue?
Maybe just to check, Honorable Chair, what time do you think we'll be having to come back?
The committee that is going to sit, I think it can take from 20 to 30 minutes, and then we will be back. We just have one agenda point, and then that's all.
Okay.
It can even be 15 minutes. It's not going to take long.
Maybe let's allow it, and then we'll see as and when time goes by. I think we've gone a little bit far with the responses, and I know that in some of them there is an agreement on them. So I don't think when we come back we'll assess as and when time goes. I think, yeah. But I'm confident that we're likely to finish on time.
Okay, so you allow us to for you to go to lunch quickly while we start with the meeting, because the meeting starts 1.
Yes, let's give yourselves
Okay,
that
I'll
opportunity.
appreciate that.
Thanks.
Then the
Chairperson.
meeting starts on that. And I will come to you to tell you if we are done, then we can hold our lunch so that we finish with the remaining of an extra A. We release you and then we'll continue as members.
Thanks.
Chairperson.
Advocate Masdorp.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe just for your information, I'm also due to be in another standing committee at 1 till 2. I'm not sure if it's the same committee you will be attending, but I may just want to take instruction on that, because if it is, then I can certainly confirm that I will be back in 15, 20 minutes as well. If not, I may be occupied in the other committee meeting that pertains to the election of the chairperson. Is that the same one, Chair?
Yes, it's the same one where we will be together again, Advocate Masdorp. So that means
Okay,
we will
then-
come back together.
Then I'll be accompanying you then. So if I'm late, you will be making me late, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair,
Yeah.
our flight is at 3. My colleague is little bit moving a little bit later, but worried about the traffic. So I'm just saying, as and when you determine what should happen, that's what we will.
Chair, is it possible to take the rest of the meeting online after the lunch break? So that the officials can join online and then still travel.
So what we can do is that we can now say you move to the airport while you wait for the flight, you connect virtually, and then we continue with the meeting. And then I don't think the annexures, the clauses that are remaining is very few, then we can do that. That means you eat lunch quickly and then you go. And then when you are there, you indicate to Shumis that you are where we can continue.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, for the indulgence.
Okay.
Really appreciate it.
We'll see you virtually. We will still be in here. Thank you. And
Chair,
also virtual, you can connect.
Can I also please, we connect virtually?
Yeah, you
also?
can also connect
Thank you,
virtually.
Chair.
Okay. coming. I just sent her the message. So, you must hit the wood when you. Continue.
Thanks, Chairperson. The next clause from the comments.
Continue. Can you ask Advocate Masdorp to connect Lizette? I don't see him.
Thanks, Chairperson. Clause 10 refers to the concern is that the Compliance and Enforcement Committee, it's not defined in the bill. And the suggestion is that it should be defined. Our comment is that we note the comment and it will be considered. Clause 12.4 relates to the concern that there are no checks and balances regarding oversight of the amount that co-opted members of a committee would be remunerated. Co-opted members are referred in clause 12.4 of the bill. The suggestion is that the aspect of remuneration of co-opted members of committees of the board must be determined by the board with oversight by the minister in consultation with the minister responsible for finance. This is the norm insofar as public entities are concerned. Our comment is that co-opted members earn the same remuneration earned by other members, which is usually budgeted for. I would request Mr. Masamula maybe to elaborate on this one.
Yeah, maybe before he comes in, I tend to believe that we need to get that clarity because we have an oversight, for example, on the oversight of the rental tribunal, but we don't determine their salary. And then here, if the minister is on oversight and in consultation, it's not the way that is giving a prescriptive way of the remuneration to the co-opted members. So it's like a blank check in a way for the board to co-opt and give the remuneration that they can give themselves.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The co-option, it's largely because you would have a board that when it's appointed, which would then also be similar to the co-option that would have made, the salaries are then determined, and because when you appoint a board, it must go to cabinet, where the Minister of Finance is also consulted. So in terms of the remuneration, when also to check if the budget is available to pay the members of the board, even if there's a co-option that is made, it will then have to go through. That's how it's done in practice. It's not something that can be done on the side because it must go and be approved by cabinet. So where all ministers are there to approve if it's indeed they concur with what should happen. So we think that the checks and balances on that aspect, they are there in terms of following the remuneration that is there.
No, I do understand that, but if it indicates the how much, because it can be this minister says that for an hour it's about 500 and the next minister says 1,500. It's within his right to say that. But if it gives the I don't know what is the right way, the directive of the minimum of, not the maximum of. It gives the scope of you can only operate within those parameters without giving a blank check of the ministers are politicians, we are politicians. So we have to have the law that is prescriptive to make sure that we don't deviate from the intention of the bill itself when coming to give the NHBRC to have that.
Point taken. However, the issue is that, remember, this is just a bill. There should be some other guidelines that assist, whether any other, even if you appoint CFO, CFO or anything, there should be a remuneration levels that are allowed in government. So if you move beyond that, you would have to, if you are a minister and you want to recommend that, I'm sure you would have to give a serious reasoning as to why do you deviate from all other standard that CFOs or CEOs are receiving the salary. So it will be something that is very difficult to do. So it's also difficult for it to be put in the act or bill, because those salaries will keep on changing over years, and it will then have to undergo the public hearings and all that, so that it goes to Parliament for that specific amendment if it changes that small part. So that's why I would not have put it here as how do you do that as a normal practice, that there is a standard that must be done.
Okay. No, I agree with the principle. Is just the control measure that is not there, that we are saying, but it's over to you, ma'am.
So I just wanted to ask if to sort this out then, if you're saying that there's a norm, and I agree, we say there is a norm of how it's done, like the minister basically determines the payment or the remuneration. But in terms of the clause 12.4 itself, it says the board basically determines the allowances. So is it not better to just say then the minister would determine, even for the members that are co-opted, to standardize everything so that you don't give the board the powers to, I don't know, come up with their own?
No, through you, Chairperson, thanks. No, it is actually the mandate of the board to determine that. But it does that in consultation with the minister, because that at the end must go through Parliament, through Cabinet. So whatever the board says, it will still have to undergo the oversight of the minister, who must then take responsibility of taking it to Cabinet so that they agree to that amount. That's why I'm saying at the end of the day, all ministers will have to agree to what they see there. So if the board there is an oversight, that's basically what I'm saying, that whatever the board would have decided on this part, surely the oversight will kick in and say, but where do you get this money that you want to allocate to this person, given the budget that is there? So that's how it happens.
We can continue.
Thanks, Chairperson. The next comment is clause 12. No, it's clause 13, subsection 6. It's similar, but in this case, it's an instance where the board enters into an agreement with any other person. The concern is that there are no checks and balances. The proposal is that there should be, those agreements should be entered into by the board with consultation with the minister and the minister responsible for finance. So
So it's a continuation. How do we feel? It's just a continuation of the clause of 12.4, because it's also a blank check to my interpretation for the board to can say that they pay whatever the amount.
Just to also add on this one, that remember the board it's also regulated by PFMA. So whatever arrangement that they become part of, it must be within the prescripts of the PFMA. I'm just adding to and noting the.
Yeah. No, we do. We do understand that, but we have seen, Scopa, we have seen the board sometimes that a person from when they receive the minutes, they charge to read the minutes until they finish, but there's no the description of you can only read these minutes for how many hours. So I can claim I read them 12 hours, it will still be within the rights of that board member. So that is why we say the control measures have to be in place one way or another about you can go up to a maximum, but not a minimum of. That's for control measures. We can continue.
Thanks, Chairperson. Clause 14.1 N and 14.2A. This relates to the council's powers to prescribe the requirements for approval of a certification body and the listing of a competent person. The 14.2 indicates that the council may approve a certification scheme which has its purpose and certification of performance-based methods of construction. The concern here is that from a provincial implementation point of view, the suggestion is that the council be empowered to perform its functions and exercise its discretion in this regards in conjunction with the province. So the province suggests that it is important for the province to exercise an oversight role in this process. That is the process of the council approving a certification scheme. And that the province wants to participate in the process and concur with the framework requirements and criteria of certification that would have been imposed by the council. So our view is that, the suggestion is that the council be obliged to consult with the provinces with regard to developing and prescribing the requirements for the approval of certification body and the listing of competent person, and that the council be obliged to call for comments by the provinces on the approval of certification scheme and the approval of a certification body. Our comment is that we have noted the comment, but there is no need because competent persons are accredited and accountable to their registered regulatory bodies and are appointed to the NHBRC database based on their accreditation and active professional indemnity. Okay. Clause 15, Chairperson, relates to the appointment of CEO and CFO. The concern is that it's silent on how the termination of the appointment or the removal of the office of the CEO and the CFO is to occur. Suggestion is that clause 15 provides for the termination by the board of the appointment or the removal from office of the CEO and CFO. So the board should be the ones terminating and appointing or removing the CEO, the CFO from office. So our comment is that these are contractual issues. Termination of employment or the manner of termination cannot be preempted.
Even want to say it because it doesn't make sense. You give the powers to the board, and then after you say that it's contractual issues. Whose contractual issues? Because it's the board's contracts. So can we get the clarity too on that one?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think the part that says it is suggested that it is not from us. It's what is suggested. by not us. So
No, I give you
yes.
ownership so that you can translate it to me.
Yes, from our side, what we are saying is that these are contractual issues that the CFO, if for one reason or another, because they are appointed by the board, so they must take responsibility of issues that emanate from their conduct or whatever that leads to their termination of employment. That's what happens, and I'm sure for good practice, it's governance practice. It's what normally happens.
Okay, Mr. Nasambi, what you are saying to me is that you are interpreting what is written. Your view to tell us about this is what is here. It doesn't mean it comes from you. Oh.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that in the bill, we have not included the termination of the CFOs. We only indicated how they can be appointed. So the issues of, because when they are appointed, then they get into contract of with the employer. So that's why we call it contractual relations that are existing. So their termination will flow from those contracts of employment that they sign with the employer.
Then we put only the appointment. We don't put the terminations.
Yes, yes, Honorable Chair. In fact, what was more anomality about the current one was that it was saying the CEO would be appointed by the board, and then the CEO will then appoint CFO.
Okay, that's what we are trying to find out, because with the board, you give responsibility to the board to appoint the CEO and then the CFO. It's the board, not the government department where there is terms, the requirements, blah, 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 terminations. And it's the board, the bill, you come with it, it's the board you appoint, and now the termination, it doesn't specify when. So if we have I'm not saying this, and I must mind my language because I usually say language that is untowards. Now you get a Saki CFO, and then you have to have something to empower the board to make sure that they get a better one. What do you do? Because you don't have it here. You go to court to spend money again to try to get rid of, or what's going to happen? That's what
I may not be getting the question clearly. Maybe my colleagues would clarify it better.
Yes, Chairperson. You can't preempt what those terminations would entail. So you have the appointment. It's in terms of a job evaluation system. It provides for a period of a term of 5 years. And then obviously every contract, has some breaches in it. So if you, and a code that employees have to work with. So ordinarily, if something happens, you would then, follow your labor law and specify and, follow those processes. But I do not think that it should be in this bill as to, how that termination should happen or under what circumstances, except to say that the board can, but those are given, Chairperson, that it can be terminated.
Let's continue.
Chairperson.
Advocate Masdar.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hear what the colleagues are saying. I, however, have read bills before where provision is made for termination and the termination prospect is not left to a contractual relationship between the board and a CEO or some or other CFO. Chairperson, the context I come from is that we come from a very damaging history of public entities which are run into the ground through financial mismanagement, through the incompetence of those who are charged with its governance and its operational efficiencies. And too often, we have instances, Chairperson, where these highly paid CEOs, CFOs eventually are released with multi-million rand handshakes, public money. I would suggest, I'm sure the public would feel comfortable if provision is made that people in positions of public money can be released if they are, for example, incompetent, if they are subjecting themselves to misconduct, or if there is some or other irregularity in relation to their performance. Not necessarily legalistic, but in relation to governance, to financial management, and all those kind of fiduciary and prudent behavior one expects from a person holding such office. In as much as this bill proposes that the relationship between the board and a CEO is contractual and therefore legal, we don't know what the depth, the completeness, or the breadth of those contracts may be. It may be flimsy contracts, only for a CEO to leave into the sunset with a multi-million rand handshake. I would suggest, Chairperson, that the moment you provide for appointment, you also equally are obliged to provide for release on objective grounds like misconduct, like financial mismanagement, etc. I think it is a grave oversight for us not to also give confidence to the public to say that in law, we will make sure that the right people for the right remuneration are employed, and we will do so by providing for that in bills at this stage already. I think it is imprudent, it is a short-sighted oversight not to include provisions that provide for the release of highly paid public money people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate Masdorp. I think we totally agree with you, and it will also be the 16.4, an extra 16.4 also is going to fall into that. Do you agree with me? Okay. Do you want to respond to Advocate Masdorp?
No, I just want to indicate that there are things that are operational, and it's important to avoid putting them in the act, because those that's why we put the appointment of the CFO and CEO, who are then responsible for appointing other people and all that. At some stage, we'll sit and say, but we must be sure if they appoint certain other people, this is the criteria they must use, and we put it in the act in future. But I'm just saying, because this is the act, you put what the board should do, and the board with their fiduciary responsibility, surely they must know what to follow when they do these things, with the responsibilities of making sure that the organization is able to move. Now, if you fail to have a proper board, then that's where the problem is. And that's why there's a criteria of board members that must come in, so that they are able to make a proper oversight and all that in terms of the CFO and CEO. Now, if you have them, you put on the contract now to say, this is what you must do. If you do 1, 2, 3, including the code of conduct that is operational in the institution. They are like any other employees who, when they commit wrong things, they must be taken through these disciplinary processes and be dealt with from that angle. So that's our view that we have, and that's why we didn't include that part.
Thank you very much. I think we respect your view, but as a country, we have learned the hard way with the boards, how the operations happen. We can give so many examples that have failed the communities with the decision that they're making. So we will leave it at that. And I'll give Member Seleko.
Yeah. What? No, I see, Chair, we're talking about the remuneration here, no? In terms of 16 subsection 4. And then you go to 10 subsection 1. Relevance, remuneration. But when it talks about members, then there's an oversight in consultation. Then one would want to know what's the rationale for the exclusion of oversight when it comes to the CFO and the CEO. Whereas when you go to 10.1, where we talk about the remuneration, they say in consultation with the Minister of Finance. And then when it comes to the CFO and the CEO, then that clause or that the consultation part is been removed.
I think that's what we are saying, and I think also Advocate Masdorp said it's silent on the control measures that have to be in place for the remuneration, because if the minister is going to do the oversight, and I made an example with us that we do an oversight for the appointment of the rental tribunal, but the remuneration and any appointment, who has to be appointed, blah, blah, it's not up to us. We just do oversight. And now, much as you do have the PMFA that will maybe give the guidance and any other thing, here is not the government. It's a board that is going to be given a blank check for the remuneration and any other decision. Minister have to be on the touchline doing an oversight. They can vote and disagree with this suggestion. They've got every right because the powers are within them to implement what they want to implement. Again, we look at the receipts of the boards of sometimes it goes totally wrong. And then we have to have the boards that there are control measures. I think for now, what we are saying, if we have to, on the negotiating mandate, we have to put in the control measure attached to the powers that this board will have when coming to remuneration of the CFO and the, yeah.
Chairperson.
Yeah, Advocate Masdorp, can I give Kayla first and then you'll come in?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my one feeling every time I see more power being vested in the minister is that there's more power vested in the national minister, that we're centralizing power. And I also wonder, I do note the point on oversight of the board, but what role should the provincial minister be playing in consultation with the board? What role should local government be playing in consultation with the board? Because they also have a mandate to deliver on housing. It's an interesting one for me, but I posed that question and I just want to confirm the board is appointed by the minister. Thank you, Chair.
I think because I'm seeing in one of the board members, the CEO is earning 9.4 million per annum. Over to you, Advocate Masdorp.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I don't propose to speak on behalf of the department, but the minister appoints the board. And there's a fiduciary relationship between the minister and the board, a reporting responsibility between the minister and the board. Hence, the payment, the remuneration of the board must be done in consultation with the minister. That is proper governance. in respect of Member Seleko's question, a CEO ordinarily, a CFO ordinarily reports to a board, and their remuneration is not the business of a minister. A CEO, a CFO are operational functionaries in the interest of the entity whom they serve. It's not the business of the minister to get involved in operational matters. That, for me, Chairperson, settles the issue of consultation between the minister and in respect of remuneration of the CEO and the CFO. The minister has no business with them. The board has, yes. Thank you, Chairperson. And just in respect of Member Murray's issue or observation, this is national legislation. The national NHBRC is a national entity. The national minister is responsible. The provincial minister is irrelevant in that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate Masdor. Clause 25.
Thanks, Chairperson. Clause 25 relates to the owner-builder consents, and that the low-income beneficiaries should be covered by the clause on exceptional circumstances, where they are required to pay fees, where they have to extend or make alterations to their homes. So in terms of the suggestion, we acknowledge the suggestion, and we're actually in agreement that this will be dealt with as part of the exceptional circumstances, for instance. Yeah.
Okay. They can continue.
Okay. Okay, the next issue, Chairperson, is in relation to clause 30, subsection 3, which indicates that the council may prescribe different procedures and conditions for enrollment in relation to different categories of homes. And that it is clear that there's difference between an application for the enrollment of a home and the actual enrollment of a home onto the register of enrollments. So the suggestion there that is provided, it's that there should be, the NHBRC should check to determine precisely the roles and responsibilities of home builders, developers, and council concerning applications for the enrollment of homes and the actual enrollment of homes. Subheading may be useful way of to organize the different categories. The necessary amendments to the wording of each clause should be checked and counter-checked against the rest of the bill. And that the consideration for low-income housing consumers should be considered where these beneficiaries are likely to build their homes incrementally. It's proposed that the council provide these housing consumers with a rebate in relation to the enrollment fee. We have indicated, Chairperson, that this may be part of the exceptional circumstances issues that may be considered by the council. The next concern, it's in relation to enrollment of homes that is to be communicated to the housing consumer or the home builder or the developer organ of state, and that neither does it state how and by whom such effect is to be communicated. This affects the warranty provision as only enrolled homes are covered. So it's the issue of education, Chairperson, that whoever embarks into a construction of a home should be aware that there's an NHBRC that requires enrollment of such a home. So we've indicated that the NHBRC would ensure that there's road shows in relation to its mandate to the public. Clause 32, subsection 2 relates to duties in respect of subsidy housing projects. The issues, the concern there is that on clause 25 through this clause caters for the self-build scenario. It is restrictive insofar as the incremental building of homes is concerned with the obligation to appoint a registered home builder. Okay, the suggestion thereof, Chairperson, it is proposed that the National Department of Human Settlement considers how to address incremental and alternative housing construction approaches in the bill as a whole, and that the requirements in clause 25 and 32 be broadened accordingly. Our comment is that the Minister will consider exceptional circumstances in conjunction with the NHBRC. A category of homes would be identified, and the bill intends to protect housing consumers, more so the most vulnerable. Clause 33 relates to subsection 1 and 2, place an obligation on the MEC to place an obligation to council to report to MEC to the minister where that MEC failed to appoint. So this is where MEC has failed to appoint a registered home builder to undertake social housing project and also to enroll that project. The suggestion is that before the MEC is reported to the minister, written notice should be sent to the MEC and provide MEC an opportunity to respond to any allegation. So we have indicated that section 14(1)(e) of the bill provides that NHBRC enters into agreements with MECs, outlining in detail their obligations, and failure to honor those obligations. This is the current practice with the current act as well. Section 41 refers to how the claims and limitation is not clear, and as to whether the housing consumers has a claim in and recourse against a home warranty fund during the construction phase. Suggestion is that we must provide clarity in the bill as to whether a housing consumer has recourse to the warranty fund during the construction phase. Our comment is that section 41(3) provides for a claim against the warranty fund during construction and after occupation. Clarity will be provided in the regulation, including policy and procedure. Section clause 63, subsection 3 deals with the penalty and amounts for administrative non-compliance. The issue there is that the penalties payable in respect of failure to pay fees are they linked to any criteria, since as contemplated by section 39(2), the calculation of the rent fees as determined by councils are to be linked to criteria. If, for example, the categorization of fees depends on the categorization of different types of homes and home builders, will the penalty provision also consider like categorization? Clarity, this is the suggestion. Clarity whether the penalty provision in respect of failure to pay any fees required in terms of the Act would be linked to or commensurate with the category of fees payable in respect of particular category. The CEC has a discretion. This is the Compliance Enforcement Committee, has a discretion on the penalties it imposes. And this is taken on case-by-case basis, and each case will be treated on its own merits. That's our response. And in terms of clause 67, it deals with alternative dispute resolution. The issue here is that the word adjudicate should be, okay, the issue here is that the word adjudication, okay, let me just read it. The word adjudicate is not appropriate when referencing an alternative dispute resolution. So as it is one of the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms and there's no consensus of the use of this term, as adjudications are not seen as applicable in the alternative dispute resolution context, where the aim is to negotiate or mediate a resolution. So the suggestion there is that the term adjudicate should be reconsidered or used in conjunction with other alternative dispute resolution. So we have noted the commenting.
Okay.
To technical comments, we have noted most of the comments here, Chair. It's just the wording and the issues of cross-referencing, and we have noted them.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that was the last submission that we have. Advocate Masdorf, I'm going to start with you. Any comments? Before I release the department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I don't have any, if you like, impactful comment to make, in the sense that the responses by the department are certainly comprehensive. They have addressed most of the concerns raised and most of the submissions made by the public, as well as the provincial department. I'm satisfied with those responses. Chairperson, if we are mindful of the purpose of this bill, as reflected in the memorandum on the objects of the bill, then the text of the bill throughout speak to a forward-looking, standard-setting, consumer-protecting instrument. That being said, there are instances where recommendations have been made by some of the members, where recommendations have been made by some of the members of the public, where those recommendations were not accepted by the department. Those instances are not relevant to me now. The department, it is its election to adopt a particular policy direction and to translate that policy direction in the form of a law. If the department deems it appropriate to reject or ignore or dismiss those submissions by the public or members of the committee, it is the department's call to do so. It sets national policy. My concern at this stage is whether this bill in any way militates against the Constitution. Having perused the bill, having had sight and consideration of the submissions made by the members of the public, having followed the tenure of the questions by the members of the committee, and having considered and listened intently to the submissions and responses by the department, Chairperson, I am not of the view that this bill has any constitutional reservations. The bill is indeed forward-looking in the interest of protecting consumers. Other than that, Chairperson, and of course, other than the observations I made myself earlier in respect of the warranty period, I don't have any other comment to make. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate Master. We appreciate that. Kayla?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just one question of clarity, or possibly even a suggestion. Clause 67 refers to alternative dispute resolution agency or agent, sorry. I just worry that this is quite vague. And I wonder if the clause should rather be amended, maybe in a negotiating mandate, to be more specific. Are we talking about lawyers who are certified or particular practitioners who are certified? My concern in terms of consumer protection is that someone could bring in someone who's not well capacitated to represent them, and then, you know, this process of alternative dispute resolution doesn't work out for them in a just way. Thank you.
Okay, you're talking about the clause 67,
Yes.
where the term adjudicate should be reconsidered or used in conjunction with other alternative dispute resolution mechanisms such as mediation and negotiation.
So basically, I want clarity on what does alternative dispute resolution agent mean, because I'm worried that that term is a bit too loose, and we're not being clear on who can actually represent people in terms of alternative dispute resolution.
Chairperson,
Please, Advocate Mazda.
I'm not proposing to talk on behalf of the department, but if I should just employ my training in respect of interpretation of statute, I want to say the following. The council may appoint an alternative dispute resolution agent. The word agent in that context is very much generic in that it denotes someone who may speak or represent someone with their interests. It's a generic word and not agent as we would understand it in maybe a specific context. I have no qualms with the use of the word agent in that context. A reference was made earlier to 67.2, clause 67.2, which speaks to an alternative dispute resolution agent must adjudicate the objection. There was a concern raised in that regard. I don't have that same concern. The word adjudicate does not speak about court. In fact, in the context of alternative dispute resolution, adjudicate really denotes an exercise where the facts and merits of an instance is considered and where a conclusive decision is made. So if one reads it with that definition in mind or with that circumscription in mind, then it certainly will mean that an ADR exercise must consider and decide in respect of the objections in terms of procedures prescribed by the minister. In other words, it endows an agent with decision-making capacity. Must adjudicate has got nothing to do with the courts. In fact, it empowers an entity with the knowledge that there will be a decisive decision made. I don't have any qualms with the use of adjudicate, even in that context. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think that was, we really appreciate you, Advocate Mazda, members. Thank you very much. I'm going to thank the department and HBRC for praying with me since this morning. You are very much appreciated. And I know I'm standing between you and your flights. I hope they are flexible so that you can catch the next one. And that's a wrap. The members will have to take some few decisions if you can just remain, and Province also. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks very much.
Or you can go, it's up to you.
We like Cape Town, but unfortunately we didn't make arrangements for the whole weekend. Thanks very much,
No,
members
thank
and
you. Thank you
honorable
very
Chair.
much.
Thank you.
Safe flights. Oh, there is a hand from Shinas. Okay. Over to you, ma'am. I'm sorry, it's now that I see it. Shinas, you raised your hand. I recognize you.
Thank you. Sorry, my mic wasn't on. It's on now. Chair, I realized that I needed to bring something to your attention probably a bit earlier. It slipped my mind. I'm slightly concerned that there wasn't, or there appears to me to not have been an opportunity to submit comments on this very important bill to the select committee. And I'm not sure whether the select committee in the NCOP has invited members of the public to comment on the bill. So I haven't seen any invitation extended to the public in the recent past. Usually that procedure precedes the provincial parliamentary process, and I didn't see any call for comment there. So that is a concern for me. Unless I'm wrong, I stand under correction. Maybe I haven't been following developments in the media properly, but there hasn't been an opportunity as far as I could tell. And I just thought I'd bring that to your attention.
I am going to hand over to the procedural officer because the process that we did from our side after it's been referred to us, we went out for the public hearings on the bill. So, Shamis, do you know about public hearings from the NCOP?
The message that I was given, and this is not in writing though, was that they have gone out for comments, but they've only invited relevant stakeholders who were impacted by the bill. But whether they actually went out to the media, I cannot say.
Thank you very much, Shamis. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I don't know why they only decided to invite relevant stakeholders. This is a bill that affects everyone in the country. So I would like to just consider this a bit more deeply and just reflect on the implications because of the imperative in the Constitution and the procedures that need to be followed once you're dealing with an NCOP bill, the relevant procedures that apply to the processes around public participation. It's out there, but I do appreciate the information that's come through from Ms. Jones, and I thank her for that. I can't take it much further from here. It's just important for us to know, as organs of state, what our roles and responsibilities are in facilitating public participation, which is a very, highlighted issue recently with all the judgments from the courts on it. And it affects the NCOP processes very deeply, and we are part of that process. So that was my concern. But it's out there, and I'm going to have to go and just look at it a bit more carefully. I just wanted to make the comment, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it, and I think we will also include the comment and the concern that you do raise about this, so that for future also it needs to be on record that was one of the concerns from WCPP. But another thing is also the pressure of time, because presently, members, we have to submit our negotiating mandate by the 1st, which is Tuesday. And I'm mindful that Amanda, it's all of you's constituency day, and we still have to do the negotiating mandate. Much as I take it for granted that we support the bill, but with those amendments that we want to see, I picked that up, that there are some issues that we want to see maybe included from WCPPSA negotiating mandate per se, as it sort of give us a leeway and see what will be added at the final mandate to that. So I don't know how are we going to go about with the limited time that we have. What's your suggestion? How do we go about Lizette and Shemis? I'm open for suggestions. Help me out here. Yeah, Lizette.
Through you, Chairperson. I think we need about more than an hour to consult with the legal advisor, Advocate Mazdur, just to draft the recommendations need to be contained in the negotiating mandate. NCP, they're meeting on Tuesday. I just don't know what time. I tried to check. I'm not sure members' availability. If we distribute the mandate via email and then have a brief Teams meeting on Monday. I know members are very sacred about the Mondays being constituency days, but that's the only option. I don't want to rush it unless we are given an hour and a half at least today to do it and reconvene, or we can reconvene on Teams.
I'm going to suggest, and if the members will agree with my suggestion, you consult and if I can use from 7 until 8 Teams meeting for Monday. Yeah, Moni. Will that work for you? Then it will give at least a decent negotiating mandate for us for Shumis and you to be able to develop that. And also we requested that Advocate Masdorp also help us in structuring that other clause that needs to be redone. So I think it will be, you will be helping us a lot. Advocate Masdorp, are you in agreement with what we requested also that you help us with?
Chairperson, yes, certainly. I will assist with the drafting of the negotiating mandate. I know that I have 2 suggestions, but just in respect of logistics, you mentioned 7 and 8 on Monday. That may be a bit difficult for me. I'll be sitting in traffic en route to the office, and I should be at the office at 8 o'clock. So that will be difficult for me. I would suggest if you want to secure my presence in the meeting, that we have a meeting at 8 or maybe just slightly after that. But if you don't need me in that meeting, then I can certainly assist today with the drafting of the mandate, and my colleagues can then present it, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask this. What time do you leave home, Advocate Mazur?
6:10, Chairperson.
6:10. Do you say members? Here it is. 8 to...
Chair, from my side, just in terms of availability, 9 till 11, I'm booked. 12 till 1, I'm booked. And 2 till 3, I'm booked.
Are you traveling from 8 to 9?
Yes.
Isaac?
No, I'm open for now. I'm open.
Okay.
Chairperson, could I recommend in the circumstances that we maybe have an hour today and we meet at 3:30? That will be just sort everything out. The meeting itself won't be long. It's just the time to draft and to meet again. That may be an issue.
3:30, then we will be done. Members, here's another twist. 3:30 today, we meet on Teams again in here. We are around here and then we get it finished. Then we don't have to do anything Monday. They say it will be done. Member?
Chair, I rescheduled my meeting that I was supposed to have at 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and that will end at 4. And then I have another meeting from 4 until 5. It's not easy.
Okay, Lizette, come in.
Okay, I think
5:30 would also suit me, Chairperson.
Okay, I think a way forward, we're going to sit with the legal advisor and with our mandate. If we have any questions of clarity, I think Advocate Mazur will be available telephonically while he's driving on hands-free on Monday from 7 to 8. Should we need clarity on certain issues on the mandate, would that be okay? Then we can still meet 7 to 8.
Advocate Mazur?
Advocate?
Chairperson, I'll be available. I can't guarantee that my hands will be free, but I will be available.
You know, we appreciate you.
Neighbor, behave.
Yeah. Okay, so we settle with Advocate Masdorp being available as and when on 7 to 8 Monday. Pardon?
And then we sit now.
We will complete the report, send it to members when we're done for input, and then we'll know what type of questions we can pose, should there be any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Advocate Masdorp. Thank you very much. We will talk to you Monday from 7 to 8. Try to travel where there's a reception.
Sure, Chair.
Sure. Thank you. Members, thank you very much. You are appreciated. You'll see in your email our negotiating mandate will be there. If there's any comment, you have today and tomorrow you can send it so that over the weekend, I know they call means they work over the weekend sometimes.
Chairperson, before you adjourn, I think Shamiz captured the gist of what the committee wants in terms of, and then whether the committee is going to vote in favor, not in favor. I think we should just think about that lines when we're going to complete the report.
Okay, now the question that I want to ask the members. So we are on the, just for us to adopt the draft committee report. So we are on the negotiating mandate stage, and I'm going to present the report of the Standing Committee on Infrastructure and the Housing Consumer Protection Bill, B10B of 2021, the NCOP dated the 28th July 2023 as follows. The Standing Committee on Infrastructure, having considered the subject of the Housing Consumer Protection Bill, B10B of 2021, the NCOP referred to the committee in accordance with the Standing Rule 217, confers on the Western Cape's delegation in the NCOP the authority to support or not to support the bill with the attached list of submissions received.
Chair, I propose that we support the bill.
Agree, Chair.
Thank you. Proposed by Member Mari and seconded by Member Mbuseleku. So our report will be reading this way. There will be this way: the Standing Committee on Infrastructure, having considered the subject of the Housing Consumer Protection Bill, B10B of 2021, NCOP referred to the committee in accordance with the Standing Rule 217, confers on the Western Cape's delegation in the NCOP the authority to support the bill with the attached list of submissions received. In accordance with the Standing Rule 90, the African National Congress expressed its minority view that it supports the bill. Thank you very much. Honorable members.
Chairperson.
I recognize Advocate Masdorp.
I understand that the draft report is a template which we use frequently. It just doesn't make sense that the ANC has a minority view and the committee itself supports the bill. Should that not necessarily maybe be deleted, that last line, or do I read it wrong?
Member Maran requested that it be included, but I agree with you that Member Maran now is not here.
In writing.
But
I'm just saying
the-
that there's a support for the bill. So there's no need for a minority view unless I read it wrong, Chair.
yeah,
Chair, sorry, I disagree. I think that it should be included. He has submitted it to us in writing on our WhatsApp group, and I think it would be disingenuous of us not to include that as a minority view. Having said that, I still think that we can accept it. Thanks.
yeah. I think so. Member Maran has put, we've got a WhatsApp group, Advocate Masdorp, and he requested that we include in our report the minority view in the report in line with Rule 92 of the standing rule that it doesn't, yeah, support. So that is why it's on the report. Much as we are here he communicated to us that the minority view has to be included in the report. I hope you are on the same page with us. Is that in order, Advocate Masdorp?
Listen, I probably do not understand. I'm saying that the committee supports the bill. If there's a different view which represents a minority view, that should be recorded. It seems that that there's no different view. Therefore, there cannot be a minority view. In fact, the majority view is to support the bill. I'm just saying that the last line there is redundant.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. It's now that I'm reading it. So the whole committee supports it, irrespective of the majority or minority. So we have to remove the standing Rule 90 because I think he thought that we are not going to support the bill. That is why he wanted the minority view. Thank you very much, Advocate Master. That is removed. Do I have to read it again? Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it's our report now is a standing committee on infrastructure having considered the subject of the Housing Consumer Protection Bill B10B of 2021, the COP referred to the committee in accordance with Standing Rule 217, confers on the Western Cape's delegation in the NCOP the authority to support the bill with the attached list of submissions received. Honorable members, are you all in support?
Support, Chair.
Water, Chair.
Thank you very much. Advocate Masdorp, thank you very much. And Shamis,
Sure, Chair.
Zahida and Mazentle, I really appreciate you. And Matlodi also, we appreciate you. And Candice, the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Happy birthday.
Yes, if I don't call you, I don't have airtime, happy.